I should start. Okay. Yeah, are ready? Okay. Good afternoon. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx Webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx Webinar, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone. All participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Today, Committee of Adjustment is offering attendees the option to appear by video. Those attendees that have registered in advance to attend by video will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In view of the passing of Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, I would ask you to observe a moment of silence and sympathy for members of the royal family and all those who will mourn throughout the Commonwealth. I was unmuted, so nobody heard me? Good afternoon. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx Webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx Webinar, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone. All participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Today, Committee of Adjustment is offering attendees the option to appear by video. Those attendees that have registered in advance to attend by video will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In view of the passing of Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, I would ask you to observe a moment of silence and sympathy for the members of the royal family and all those who will mourn throughout the Commonwealth. Thank you. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, decisions may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Today, I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals, either in support or opposed to the application, will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for decision. Are there any declarations of interest of panel or staff for items in the afternoon time slots? Okay, no declaration. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any deferral requests for items in the afternoon time slots?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and panel members. Yes, we have 3 deferral requests. Item number 22, 488 Dovercourt, file number A0658/22TY. Item 24, 2023 Gerrard Street East, file number A0660/22TEY. And item number 25, 54 Balmoral Avenue, file number A0661/22TEY.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the first item, number 21.
Are you still there?
294 COSBURN Avenue. The purpose of the application is to legalize and maintain a new one-story ancillary building, detached garage, abutting Lesmount Avenue that was constructed without the benefit of a building permit. The previous detached garage was demolished. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. Mr. Long Quan.
You're having trouble? Your message has been sent. Goodbye.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've tried to contact Long Quan multiple times. He's not been able to pick up. I do have Sashi James, the owner, ready to speak.
Okay. All right, so can he speak? Mr. James? Or Miss James?
Yeah,
Hello?
Mrs. James, Miss James, Miss
Yes.
James.
Okay, sorry. So can we have your name and your address, please?
My name is Sachi James, and my address is 294 COSBURN Avenue.
Okay. So this is reasonably straightforward, so we don't need a presentation from you. But before I take it into committee, do you have anything you want to say to the panel?
No, I just wanted to be sure that I think the change was made. There was a mistake that was on the application, or not on my application. I think someone who wrote up the variance, it said 4.7 meters for height rather than 4.17.
Okay, I see that's been corrected.
Okay, so that's fine. I just wanted to be sure that that was taken care of and noticed.
Okay. All right, panel, do you have any questions? Yes, Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mrs. James, the only person that would really be impacted by this, as I can see, is the owner of 43 Lesmount. I'm wondering if you've had conversations with that owner, and if so, what their opinion is. We don't have any comments from them.
I actually haven't. They haven't approached me, and I'm sorry, I don't have an answer for you.
You haven't contacted them?
No. I mean, I'm sure they know what's happening, but I have not contacted them, no. My agent is here, Long Quan. He said to be asked to unmute, to be unmuted. He may have spoken to them, so you might want to ask him as well.
Sure, thanks.
Sorry, I don't see him within the list of speakers.
Long Quan.
He said he needs to be unmuted. Yeah, he said he just texted me.
He's the first one, John.
Is he using a phone number or is he using an email address? Sachi?
That one, let me text him and
Yes,
ask him then.
okay.
Just give me 1 second.
We'll check anyways on our end, but.
Oh, phone. He says phone. His phone number is 416-527.
Sorry, it's okay. We have the phone number, thank you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Sorry, did you want me to ask him something else, or I'm not sure.
No, we'll try
we're
and get
just,
a hold
we're
of him.
just going through the list right now, so we can unmute him. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, can we hold this one down? Can I ask Long Quan to email us with the phone number that he is using?
Okay.
Hello,
Oh,
am
sorry. Are you here now,
audible?
Long? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, hi panel. My name is Long Quan of 29 Torrens Avenue, Toronto, Ontario.
Okay. So, there's a question for you, Mr. Kwan. Carl, would you ask that question again?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. The property that would be the most impacted by this variance is the owner of number 43 Lesmount. And I'm wondering what kind of overture you've made to them or what kind of consultation you've had with them about the driveway being so close to their property. That's the first question. The second, I presume that this isn't replacing another garage, so I'm wondering how we got to this point, how it got built without a permit.
Right. So we did not directly ask the neighbors at 43 Lesmount, but they've seen the construction, they've seen the notice sent by the committee, so they did not approach us for any concerns. And it is replacing a old garage. It was in terrible shape, hence the reason for a new garage. The client hired a contractor that thought that they could just replace the garage as is, but obviously they got a notice to stop construction and get a permit.
Was the previous garage in generally the same location?
Yes, it is in the same location from the west property line. We have decided to move the garage a little bit further from the neighbors at 43 Lesmount. Not by much, but enough so that there's still a bit of a backyard for the client.
Thank you.
Yes, Carl?
I'm just looking at the image of on Google Maps of the former garage, and you're right, it does look dilapidated. But the new one, is it roughly the same size? I appreciate it's a flat roof, but is it roughly the same size?
It is bigger. The previous one was very undersized. It would never have passed for a parking space. So I made it regulation size and a little bit deeper so that the client can put the garbage and recycling in there.
Okay. Right, panel, do you have any comments or do we have a motion? Yes, Sahir.
Thank you, Chair. Just like as Larry pointed out, when you look at the old garage, it's definitely something that needed an improvement. This is an improvement. I think the two variances that are before us are both relatively minor. It's a pity that there was no consultation with the neighbor. It's always good to have that happen. But in this particular case, since there was no objection from the neighbor, it's not presenting any major issues. So I'm quite happy to move a motion to approve. I don't believe there are any conditions attached to this particular one.
Do I have a seconder? Carl, all in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, panel.
Item number 22, 488 Dovercourt Road. Purpose of the application to alter the existing one-story ancillary building detached garage in the rear yard, abutting the laneway by constructing a complete second-story addition. The altered ancillary building will contain 4 laneway suites with 2 covered porches and 2 second-story balconies. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and a staff report from planning. Pamir Rafiq.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Premier Rafiq is not here to speak. Instead, there's Salma Hayat.
Okay, can we have that person speak?
Hello, Mr. Speaker. This is Salma Hyatt. My address is 1435 Cornwall Road in Oakville, Ontario.
Okay, and you are asking for a deferral?
Yes.
All right, could you tell us why you need a deferral?
We just have to make a few changes in use, so therefore we're requesting deferral. We don't want to take up the time of the committee. But the notice was already sent, so we wanted to make sure that we had somebody come and represent for the deferral.
Okay. Yes, here.
Just a question for the agent. Will your opportunity to make changes include recommendations from planning? I believe planning has indicated a refusal.
Yes, it's due to also the recommendations because of planning. So we have to go back and forth with them as well, just to better adhere to what they recommend.
Thank you.
No problem.
Any further questions? Okay. Yes, Carl?
I was going to move a motion, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to move a motion of deferral to afford the opportunity for the applicant to negotiate with planning about planning's concerns on this application, which are quite significant.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Yes, here. All in favor? Have your deferral. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thank you. Number 23, 18A Osler Street. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing townhouse dwelling by constructing a secondary suite within the basement for a total of 3 units within this dwelling. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, correspondence from transportation, and support, 5 form letters in support from owners on other properties on Osler Street. Stuart Hatch.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Stuart Hatch is not available. Instead, we have Jonathan Hatch to speak on his behalf.
Okay.
Good morning, or good afternoon. Jonathan Hatch, 6 Bishop Street, Toronto, Ontario, M5R1N2.
Okay, so Mr. Hatch, this looks relatively straightforward. We're going to take it into committee. Do you have anything to say to the panel before we go into committee?
No, I think it's already been summarized. We have broad support. There's no opposition. There's no changes to the exterior whatsoever. It's all fully contained within, and we're adding secondary units.
Thank you. Panel, do you have any questions? Or do we have a motion? Yes, Carl?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move approval without conditions. This is a a good case of gentle intensification. There is no external implications for from the application. The townhouse sits comfortably with its neighbors, and this will afford a little bit more residential accommodation in the city.
Seconder, Sahir, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Number 24, 2023 Gerrard Street East. The purpose of this application is to construct a new one-story auxiliary building, detached two-car garage in the rear yard. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, correspondence from planning, and two correspondence from planning, and 3 form letters in support from properties on Gulfview Avenue, and opposition from 2021 Gerrard Street East. Paige Reich.
We're requesting to defer this application
Yeah,
because
do
of
we
the...
have your name and your address for the record first?
Yep, this is Paige Reich, 222 The Esplanade, Toronto, Ontario, M5A 4M8.
All right, and you want a deferral for what reason?
The objection letter we received from 2021 Gerrard Street East, the neighbor has requested that we remove all variances from her shared property line, which would be the west property line. So we are making those changes, and we'll have a revised application.
Okay, all right. Jessica and Kenneth McCauley?
Yep. Hello?
Yes. Are you Jessica
Hi there.
McCauley?
That is, and my father was only registered to speak on behalf of the household, so I'll speak on both of our behalf.
Pardon?
Ken McCauley will not be in attendance right now. But yes, I am Jessica McCauley of 2021 Gerrard Street East.
Okay. And so the applicant has asked for a deferral to satisfy your requests. Are you in favor of a deferral?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Panel,
Thanks.
do we have a motion for deferral? Yes, Carl? I think you're muted, Carl.
I didn't put my hand up, Mr. Chairman.
I don't mean, I
think it was
meant
me.
Larry.
Carl and I'm a little bit worried that Carl and I are starting to look like each other. Chair, I'm happy to move deferral of this application for the reasons cited by the applicant.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Yes, here. All right, all in favor? You have your deferral, thank you. Number 25, 54 Balmoral Avenue. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2.5-story townhouse dwelling by constructing a rear 1-story addition and a rear 3rd-story addition with a rear balcony. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, opposition from 52 Balmoral Avenue. So Dan Akamovic.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Good afternoon. Can we have your name and your address for the record?
Yes, my name is Dan Achimovic. I am the agent for this property. My office is at 1185 Queensway East in Mississauga. I am here to ask for a deferral for this project.
Okay, could you tell us why you want a deferral?
Unfortunately, there was a mix-up with the COA sign. The owners were doing some renovations in the last few days before the COA, and they had to take out the sign for the time being, and one of the neighbors reported it, and Mr. Stanley Wu from the city asked us to defer this because of the sign not being installed as per the rules of the committee.
Okay, so okay, so is Ms. Eskin on the line? Okay.
I am, it's Rosalind Eskin. However,
Can we
my
have your
agent is
address,
here,
please?
52 Balmoral Avenue.
Okay, so the applicant has asked for a deferral, and we have to give a deferral because the sign wasn't posted during the 10-day period. So I'm just notifying you that's what we have to do.
Fine, will I be notified of the new hearing date?
Yes, you will.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Brian Ilian?
Yes, this is Brian Ilian. And
Yes.
I understand that the hearing will need to be deferred.
Yes, can we have your address, sir?
Yes, it is 330 Bay Street, Unit 1400, Toronto, Ontario.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yes, the application is going to be deferred. Okay, so panel, do we have a motion for deferral? Carl? Okay. Do
Thank
we
you,
have a
Mr.
second?
Chairman. I move deferral.
Okay, say here, you second the motion? All in
Yes.
favor? Your application for deferral has been approved, sir. Thank you. Number 26, 490 Roxton Road. Purpose of this application is to construct a new 3-story detached building and a 2-story ancillary building, detached garage with a laneway suite in the rear yard. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, a report from Urban Forestry, and 2 form letters in support from owners occupants on Roxton Road. Maria Denegri.
Yes, that's me.
Okay, can we have your name and address for the record, please?
Sure. My name's Maria Denegri of Denegri Bus-Side Studio. We're located at 1088 Vassar Street.
Okay, and, okay, so, this looks reasonably straightforward. Panel, do we need a presentation?
No.
No. We don't need a presentation. I'm going to take it into committee. Do you have anything you want to say, Ms. Denegri, before we go into committee?
Yes, Chair, I would like to just confirm if there is no presentation that the committee members have had an opportunity to review the statement or cover letter that I wrote outlining an explanation of each of the variances, our ongoing communication with community planning, and the outreach that my clients did with their neighbors.
Yes, well, it's all in the file, and
Yeah, okay, good.
It's been reviewed.
Okay, excellent.
All right, Carl?
Mr. Chairman, I actually have a note here to compliment the speaker on an informative covering letter. Before she said that, it was excellent and very helpful. I have one simple question. You've got a form of integral screening. The siding extends up on either side of the balcony. It's only 3 feet 6 inches high, and we normally require a 1.5 meter screen for privacy against adjacent properties. Have you had conversations with the neighbors at 488 and 494? And if so, are they in agreement with the screening that you've provided? If not, I would like to suggest that the screening you have, the same form, the integral screening, be extended to 1.5 meters. If those 2 neighbors are satisfied with what you've got, then I'm fine with that as well.
Okay, so my client spoke to both neighbors on either side. They shared the drawings and went through in detail. Now, whether the height of the screening was identified specifically, I'm not able to speak to that. But I do not anticipate that there would be any objection on my client's part to raise the screening on the sides to 1.5.
Okay, thank you
if necessary.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, all right. And thank you for the compliment.
You're welcome.
Just a quick question. On the site plan in the rear of the property, you've got semi-permeable walkway. I'm not quite sure what semi-permeable would be as opposed to permeable.
We were thinking of a walkway, you know, those little pavers that have the hollowed out section in the middle where you can plant them out. Something that, something that would allow,
I believe
something
it's
that
called
would
turf
allow
stone.
us, okay, turf stone. There we go.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Any further questions, or do we have a motion? Yes, Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move approval of the application, subject to forestry condition number 3 and the screening on the north and south edges of the balcony at 1.5 meters. I think the proposal is a good one. I think it fits comfortably into the community. I don't see any negative impacts to the variances, and I'm pleased to move approval.
So Carl, as I understand your motion, the material that is specified in the plans for the screening is satisfactory. You just want it extended to 1.5 meters. Is that correct?
That's right. Basically, what the architect has done is she's extended the wall material around the edges of the balcony, and just to extend that to 1.5. Yeah, would be great.
Okay, thank you. Larry, did you second the motion?
I did, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you. Number 27, 340 Main Street. The purpose of the application to construct a new one-story ancillary building detached garage in the rear yard abutting the laneway. The existing garage will be demolished. With this application, we have a committee material submitted by the applicant and 2 form letters in support from 2 properties on Main Street. Dino Giletti.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Dino Giulietti. I'm the architect for this project. My address is 19 Huronia Place in Woodbridge, Ontario. As you stated, we are proposing a 1-story ancillary structure for a 2-car detached garage. We have submitted 2 signed letters of support and a report that identifies 28 other properties that have been granted the same minor variances that we are requesting. And we have no negative comments from planning and no conditions from forestry. And we meet the, we do not exceed the maximum permitted height, and we meet all building setbacks. We have received 2 letters of objection from neighbors that live behind the subject property on the opposite side of the laneway. Both these letters are from the same address. I understand their concerns about the main house renovation started without a building permit. However, that is a separate matter altogether, and it is being dealt with by another designer working with the building department. Okay. We're basically asking for a 36% soft landscaping in the rear yard, as compared to 50% required. However, if you look at the area between the rear wall of the house and the garage where we had it placed, we actually have about 65% of soft landscaping. And based on the chart that I provided, there are multiple other properties that have received the same variance and much greater than what we are asking for. And then in terms, go ahead.
No, I didn't quite understand what you said about 65% soft.
So if I look at the area specifically between the proposed garage and the rear wall of the house, we have 65% soft landscaping. However, if you look at the bylaw goes from the rear wall of the house to the rear property line, that's where we only have 36%.
Oh, so because the garage is there.
Because of the garage. If you might subtract out the garage and the driveway, then we basically have the 65% between the house and the garage.
And Mr. Chairman, the site plan that's on the screen right now is not the proposal. That's the existing, I believe the existing condition. I think the proposal is for a larger two-story garage or two-car garage.
Yeah, that's the survey.
There you go. There, that's the proposal.
Yes. So there's an existing walkway right now that goes toward the rear. That's existing and to remain. The rest of the space is soft landscaping.
So that walkway you just referred to, on the site plan, it's referred to as being wood. Is it like a deck wood with slats that allow water to go through?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir. We go to Frank Hawes.
Hello. Hello, my name is Frank Haas. I live at 45 Chisholm Avenue.
Yes, tell us what your concerns are, sir.
I have a few concerns. At the moment, there is two-car parking at that structure, one-car garage and a lean-to, neither of which are being used for parking. The pad that he's talking about, wood, they poured concrete there. There's no wood leaning on that lane going to the back of the house. I don't know what he's talking about. That's a solid concrete pad they poured. He also parks his car in the laneway, which impacts our parking. My concern is if he puts a bigger garage there, is he actually going to use it for parking? He hasn't used that property or told us the truth about anything that he's doing with that property. The 36% for the soft landing, is that from the original house or is that from the illegal build to the back of the garage that he's done? So I'm concerned about that. He's got a lot of concrete back there, so I don't see how he's got soft landing unless he's going to remove all of that. There is a shed behind the garage. You know, we've had quite a few issues with this gentleman, especially with parking, and now he's going to put an exceptionally large garage back there, no larger than others, but I just want to know how that's going to impact my having. What if I choose to build a garage? Am I still going to be able to get into my garage with him parking there as well? I don't have a garage at the moment, but it's something I'm considering as well.
Okay, those are comments, sir?
Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Giulietti.
Okay. I can't say what the owner is doing parking wise, but the shed in the garage, all that's being torn out and demolished completely for a new two-car garage that my clients will be parking in. So they will not be parking in the laneway; they'll be parking in the garage.
Well, you can see my concern because they told us that with the lean-to they built.
Mr. Hawes, you've had your opportunity to speak, so just let Mr. Giulietti speak, please.
Yeah, so my clients plan on parking inside of the garage, not outside, not in front of it along the laneway, but inside the garage.
Okay. What about Mr. Haas alleges there's concrete in the back and he doesn't see any soft landscaping.
Yes, there is currently, however, that's going to be removed so that we can build the garage.
Okay. All right. Panel, do you have any questions? Yes, Sahir?
Thank you, Chair. I think when I was looking at the site plan, the proposed site plan, what concerned me was the length of the garage, which is quite considerable. Also, the fact that it's now a double garage as opposed to the neighbor, for example. Presumably, what happened in the past would have been a single car garage. So, soft landscaping they're asking for 36% soft landscaping when 50% is required. The length of the garage itself suggests, I believe it's about 25 feet. An average garage, I believe, would be anywhere from 16 to 20 foot. So to me, this seems like an excessive sized structure. Yes, it's for two cars, but I think it then encroaches into what could be soft landscaping. And from what I can see of the existing structure there, as the gentleman just pointed out, there's a concrete slab on the one side. Presumably that will be replaced by the garage. But I do find that the garage is somewhat excessive in size. And granting a 36% soft landscaping variance, I find a little challenging.
Mr. Giulietti, could you respond?
Yes, so my clients want to use the garage for parking and also for some additional storage space. They're avid campers and they needed some additional space to put some of their camping equipment. So that's what we're permitted to go property line to property line width-wise. We're not encroaching on any setbacks. We're meeting all that criteria. There's been multiple other garages or ancillary structures in the neighborhood that have been granted this variance and actually exceeded what we're asking for. If you look at the report that I had provided in the chart, it shows at least 5 other properties that have received variances for greater than or less than the 50% requirement. So I don't understand why, if these other ones, they set the precedent, I'm going less than what they're asking for. I can name multiple addresses that have provided less soft landscaping than what we are providing. 354 Main Street, 33% provided. 185 Oak Park, 26 provided. 300 Westlake, 13% provided. 31 Westlake Avenue, 0% provided. 20 Westbrook, 25% provided. And 27 Wallington, 22% provided. There's multiple others.
Okay, Mr. Giulietti, I think Zahir was concerned about the fact that you're asking for a variance with respect to the total floor area of the garage, 60.41 square meters, and you're short of soft landscaping. Your explanation is that the clients want some storage as well as a double-car garage. Is that correct?
Yes, they require additional storage space. So instead of having 2 separate ancillary structures, they want to put it all into one. So we need the extra space on the side so 2 cars can park, where we also have some room on the side for a man door so they can come in and out to access the laneway, as well as store some additional whatever they want to store in there.
Okay. Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I share Zahir's concern. It seems to me that whether or not garages of this size have been approved elsewhere, we don't know the circumstances for those approvals, and I don't believe we're tied to them. I think the issue here is this size garage would be reasonable if it wasn't impinging on the required soft landscaping, and in fact it is. If the garage were smaller, the soft landscaping proportion would be larger. As I look at the floor plan, it isn't just 2-car parking and some storage. There's a washroom, and there's a washer and dryer, and there's a shower. Though that's all fine, but I don't think there's the space in this yard for all those uses at the expense of landscaping. From what I can see, I'm not going to be able to support this application.
Larry, did you have any comment?
I agree with my colleagues. The reason I think I'm uncomfortable with this one is just because I'm gone up and down the laneway, and there are a couple laneway suites either under construction or completed along here, but there aren't any, or very few 2-car garages. So I'm not sure that this is necessarily in keeping with the character of the neighborhood, and I tend to agree. You know, if it wasn't for the fact that there is a landscaping variance, then this may very well be fine. But You know, the garage is robbing some of the land which could otherwise be used for soft landscaping. So I think I'm agreeing with my colleagues.
Okay. So, do we have a motion? Say here.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move refusal of this application.
All right, do we have a seconder for the motion? Carl? All in favor? Application is refused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, number 28, 327 Durie Street. Purpose of this application is to convert the existing rear one-story ancillary building, a detached garage, into habitable space with a storage area. With this application, we have we have material submitted by the applicant, we have a report from Urban Forestry, and we have correspondence and support from 324 Durie Street. Mr. Asimovic?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Dan Achimovic. I am calling you from DA Design. We're located here at 1185 Queensway Street East in Mississauga. And if you would like, I can do a quick presentation on this.
Yes, there's someone on the line who's concerned about it. And yes, I'd like to hear a presentation too.
No, that sounds great. Basically, the proposal is to build a new habitable space with a part storage in the exact same footprint of the existing garage. So if you take a look at that front cover page, the owners are simply looking for a nicer aesthetic, something that they can look at from the back of their house that doesn't resemble a garage. They would obviously, with the whole working from home thing becoming very popular, they're looking for that type of space, and that's really what's inside here. If you take a look at that site plan, actually, if you scroll back to that, you'll see the big note that states existing garage footprint to remain. There's really only a height change, so we went from a sloped roof to a flat roof in order to give the occupants some more height inside the habitable space. We did not enlarge the pad. We did not move it. There is a large mature tree right beside this project, so we're not proposing any new excavations, additions, changes to grades, basically exact same footprint except a rebuild with the new style of the space.
So what do you mean by habitable space?
If you take a look at the floor plan, I'm not sure if it's part of that package. Once again, it's not intended as bedroom or anything like that. There's no kitchens or anything like that. This is more intended for a bit of a lounge, office / workout. So fairly multi-purpose, as you can tell. You know, with a young family, they would potentially like to work inside the space. Perhaps, you know, kids are doing homework, etc. So it's a fairly multi-purpose space, and you know, they still need storage. It's still an outdoor ancillary building. So at the back of this property, we provided a small storage area for lawnmowers and things like that. So it's very much a multi-purpose space.
Okay, but no one's going to be living there per se with bedrooms, etc.
Correct. There is no accommodations for washrooms, bedrooms, etc. This is strictly for daytime use.
So, okay, all right, thank you. All right, so let's hear from Andrew Clary.
Andrew, you've been unmuted.
Okay. Hi. Yeah, I'm Andrew Clary. I'm a resident at 335 Durie Street.
Mr. Clary, could you speak up, please?
Yes, I need to change my audio settings, I think.
Oh, we're okay now. We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Andrew Clary. I'm a resident at 335 Durie Street. I actually don't have any objections to the proposal. I just wasn't able, I was traveling, so I wasn't able to get a written support of the project before the deadline, so I just wanted to voice my support for it. My neighbors at 333 Durie Street built a very similar project a few years ago, and it has been fine for me.
Okay, thank you very much. So I don't think we need to hear from you again, Mr. Asimovic.
Chair, I was, if I might, I was a little bit intrigued by the question that you posed. I sort of interpreted habitable as being somewhere where someone would live, either part-time or full-time. So isn't this just an ancillary dwelling or just ancillary building?
Well, it's not a laneway suite, it's not a garden suite, it's not, and I think that if somebody makes a motion to approve, we should make it a condition that it can't be bedrooms or can't be lived in or whatever, because it's not equivalent to a laneway suite, and I don't think there's legislation permitting it. At least there's legislation that you have to comply with certain things that we don't know whether they comply with here or not. So I think we have to interpret the habitable space in any motion that we might have.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if it helps, maybe it's that no dwelling unit should be permitted within this garage?
Yeah. I think that would probably be acceptable.
Mr. Chairman, do we need to, it's a minor point, but in time it might be important. Do we need to change the purpose to remove the term habitable space? I mean, I get that there are no washrooms in here, so you really, it's for relaxation. And as one of the objectors, or one of the people that was in favor, Mrs. Cannon, mentioned, and I never thought of this before. She said it's appropriate with the pandemic, as the pandemic has demonstrated, it's very beneficial for homes to have separate habitable space for either exercise or relaxation. I agree with that comment. I inclined to not think, I am inclined to think habitable space means it's a space you could live in, and I don't think you can live in this space because you can't, there's no washroom facilities and there's no way to shower and all of that. So I'm a little confused by the term.
Yeah, the applicant is not asking for that, but I think the habitable space wording is unfortunate, so I think
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can change habitable to office space.
well, office, workout, I don't know.
Office.
But I think if we define it like you suggested, Sabrina, but not to be used as a dwelling unit, I think might do it.
I think just to be safe, we can revise the purpose of application to read into office space with a storage area. And then also, if you want to impose the condition about no dwelling unit.
Yeah.
Or, because typically we also impose conditions with no plumbing and heating, right?
Yeah.
Chair, we've also, in my experience anyways, when we've confronted one of these kinds of situations, we've used the term "and it shall not be habitable," which in my mind means exactly what you and Sabrina are saying.
Yeah.
So I personally like what Sabrina was suggesting. I think that makes more sense.
Okay, but I think we should not confine it to office space because the applicant has said workout space, a lounge area, or whatever.
We can say office / gym
Amenity?
space or interior
Amenity
amenity space.
space?
Yes,
Yeah.
we could say that as well.
Okay. All right, so Carl, did you want to make a motion? I think you have a grasp on the wording.
Sure. Frankly, Mr. Chairman, I really like the application. I think it's looking at some alternate uses, which I think are really commendable. And I don't think it's being done in a way that is creating any negative impact to to neighbors or the community in general. So I'd like to move approval of the application with the purpose reworded as Sabrina has suggested, and with the condition that the building is not to be used for as a dwelling unit. And was that enough, or do we need to revisit habitable space? You just said that, and that it doesn't have plumbing. So maybe we put both in, that the building is not to be used as a dwelling unit and is to not have plumbing installed.
Okay, and also subject to forestry condition number 2.
Yes, sorry.
Okay, do we have a seconder?
Does that cover all the points that we were discussing?
Sabrina, is that adequate?
Yes, sure. So the purpose is amended to include interior amenity space as well as storage area. And then the conditions would be tied to urban forestry number 2, and then no dwelling unit permitted and no plumbing installed.
Yeah, great.
Good, okay. Do we have a seconder? Larry, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you. Number 29. 54 Power Street. And the purpose of this application is to increase the maximum permitted non-residential floor area within the existing mixed-use building. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members.
Can we have your name and your address for the record, please?
My name is Jasmine Fraser. I'm a solicitor at Aird and Burles. The address is 181 Bay Street, Suite 1800. Okay. And I'm the agent and solicitor for the applicant.
Okay. So could you just give us a brief explanation of what it is that your client wants to do?
Absolutely. So if we can go back to the public hearing notice. So I just want to make a quick clarification off the bat. Where it states purpose of the application, I think there is a clarification I would like to make, and it's slightly more nuanced. The purpose of the application is to increase the maximum permitted non-residential gross floor area for a single retail store within this existing mixed-use building. So I wanted to add that clarification because the total non-residential gross floor area cap on this mixed-use building actually is staying the same. The variances, which are 2 that we are seeking to the site-specific bylaw, is to allow one retail store to have a slightly larger floor plate on the first and second floor of the building than what is permitted in the bylaw. So again, I just want to reiterate that the total non-residential gross floor area will remain the same, as well as all other approved development standards. I'm not aware of any comments from city staff or from the public, and subject to any questions that the committee may have, I can answer them, or I can provide a more fulsome presentation if that is helpful to the committee.
Okay, so Ms. Fraser, I just want to be clear as to the wording for the purpose of the application, because when you say you're not increasing the maximum permitted non-residential gross floor area, I thought that you said the purpose of the application is to increase the maximum permitted non-residential floor area for a retail store.
Right, so the nuance is that we're the maximum permitted, so the total maximum permitted non-residential gross floor area is to remain the same in the mixed-use building. And you'll see that in the second variance, that there is a requirement for the non-residential gross floor area of the building cannot exceed 4150 square meters. So that part stays the same. What the variance seeks is an increase to the second component of that sentence, which is to increase the interior floor area of any single retail service or retail store use to a number higher than 35 square meters. And you can see that in the second sentence, 3854 square meters.
Okay, so why don't we say to increase the maximum permitted non-residential gross floor area for a single retail store use within the existing mixed-use building. Is that okay?
Yes, that sounds accurate to me.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think it would just be for any retail or service use.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Panel, do you have any questions? Okay, do we have a motion? Larry?
Sure, Chair. I think this is fairly straightforward. I think we understand what the applicant's trying to achieve by allowing a single store to use that space where otherwise it might have been two smaller stores. And I think, given today's market conditions, that seems quite reasonable. I'd like to move approval of this application with no conditions.
All right.
As amended?
As amended.
As amended. So here you second the motion?
Yes, sir.
All right, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So next item is number 30, and it's 45 Goreville Avenue. And the purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition abutting the existing rear 1-story addition and a 3rd-story addition with a balcony. Also to reconstruct the front porch and north side basement walkout. And with this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and correspondence in opposition from 50 Bellwoods Avenue. Mario Silva, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Mario Silva. I'm the agent on behalf of the application. The address is 100 Uxbridge, Toronto. I'm 6N2Y4.
Okay, so do you have anything you want to say to the panel before we take it into committee?
I can say something regarding the objection letter from the number 50.
Okay.
So basically, in 2004, they got approval for 1.6 density. We are asking for 1.35. And in the area, because of the lots being smaller than normal, it's normal to have higher densities than what's on the zone.
Okay. All right. Panel, do you have any questions? Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Silva, has there been any consultation with the owner of the attached semi-detached? There's no comment from him or her.
Yes, my client has communicated and shown the plans to the immediate neighbors on the north and the south.
Okay, thank you. They don't have concerns.
They have no concerns, no.
Good, thank you.
Yes, Carl. Larry.
I think Carl should be worried. just about the third floor balcony. I do note from the rendering that part of it is looks like it's butted up against the next door neighbor structure, but the other side is open. And I think the applicant or the individual who wrote the letter noted that it is a fairly tight urban fabric in that area, and houses are quite close. Would you be open to having privacy screening on that balcony?
On the north side, yeah, we have no objection to that.
Okay.
Neighbor, which objected is on the south side.
Yeah, I noticed that in behind on the other side of the street on Belt. Yeah.
Yeah, we have no objections to having the privacy screen on the north side as well. You'll note that the balcony is actually further back from the second floor.
Yeah, it is stepped back. Yep, I'm fine with that.
Okay, any further questions? Do we have a motion? Say here.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move approval of this application. Just the one condition would be the screening on the rear balcony on the north side.
Okay, do we have a seconder?
Mr. Chairman, before,
Yes.
if we're going to vote on that, I'm wondering, the privacy screen on the south side is shown on the plan, so I'm wondering, was he the mover? I wonder if he'd be open to tying approval to screening as shown on drawing A5 as well as the screening on the north side, because otherwise you haven't screened the south side.
Absolutely.
Okay. And Larry, you second the motion?
Yes.
The revised motion?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, all in favor? Have your approval, thank you.
Thank you, good day.
Number 3117 McMaster Avenue. And the purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a partial third-story addition, a rear third-story deck, a front second-story balcony, and a new covered front porch. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, correspondence and support from 19 and 15 McMaster, and opposition from several people without addresses provided. Francesco Valenti Gorjup.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Francesco Valenti Gorjup. I'm architect at Studio Varro Architects at 80A Lowther Avenue, Toronto, Ontario, M5R1E1, and I am the agent representing 17 McMaster Avenue.
Okay, so could you give us a brief presentation, because there is some opposition?
Certainly, and thank you for your time today. We applied for and received a prior building permit for 17 McMaster, which our clients are currently building to. Since receiving the permit, there are a few design changes our clients would like to make, and therefore we're asking for these 3 minor variances. 2 of these pertain to front yard setbacks for the front porch and second floor balcony, which is located above that front porch. These 2 elements have been carefully designed to respond to the adjacent context of the neighbors' existing front porches and decks. We believe our proposed design will contribute to the overall harmony of this grouping of houses at 15, 17, and 19 McMaster Avenue. As you've already noted, we have letters of support from both of these adjacent neighbors. The 3rd minor variance pertains to FSI. As outlined in our cover letter, we're seeking to increase the FSI from the existing 0.83 to 0.92, which corresponds to an increase of 28.66 square meters, or about 308 square feet, in order to accommodate the bedrooms on the attic level. As also noted in our cover letter, this increase in FSI will be achieved by eliminating a double height space and introducing a portion of floor within the already approved as of right building envelope. Therefore, this increase in FSI does not represent an increase in built form of the house as perceived in the public realm. And as such, we believe this request for additional area is reasonable. You also have noted a letter of opposition from neighbors to the south living on McPherson Avenue, which raises a number of concerns, most of which are not relevant to today's hearing, as they do not pertain to the minor variances being requested. There is one objection to the increase in FSI, which mainly stems from the neighbor's concern that an increase in FSI will translate to an increase in building footprint and therefore reduce the amount of soft landscaping. As just explained, this is not the case since the house footprint will remain unchanged. Regarding the other concerns listed in the letter, our clients have already reached out and managed to speak in person to 2 of the 3 neighbors to help clarify and assuage their concerns. We believe they have engaged in a productive dialogue thus far. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. J.G. Bentley?
You still there? Please make your selection. To leave a callback number.
JG Bentley couldn't be reached. I can try and calling again. I've sent him multiple emails.
Oh, yeah, try.
JG Bentley wasn't able to answer.
Okay. All right, panel, do you have any questions of the applicant? Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to ask you about the 3rd floor deck. I noticed that you have the approval of both neighbors, one at 15 and one at 19, and there's a substantial deck on the 3rd floor, but it is also framed by an extension of the roof. It has like a roof parapet going around it. It's not of a height that we would normally require for screening, but I'm wondering, I'm rather loath to mess around with that balcony and the roof form that surrounds it. Have you had specific discussions with the neighbors at 15 and 19 to ensure that they're satisfied with the privacy from that particular deck?
Yes, thank you for your comments, and much appreciated that you noticed, how integrated it is into the roof line and into the design. That is a kind of key feature. From the very beginning, however, privacy was of the utmost concern for our clients as well, and therefore you will notice that although let's say it's a kind of normal guard height, but it is solid, it's fully solid, and our clients will mainly be sunbathing or sitting on that deck, and therefore will really not be in view. And so I believe when this was explained to the neighbors on the other side of the laneway, this was sufficiently convincing for them, but in conjunction with our clients also, you know, assuring them that some trees will be planted in the backyard to replace the 2 trees that had to be removed through due process with urban forestry, which posed the risk at the time.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, we're just still trying to get a hold of Julia Bentley. She just emailed us saying that she's having some connection issues, so we're gonna try and call her now, if that's possible,
Okay.
to have her speak.
Back to you as soon as I can. Thanks.
After leaving a message, you can hang up or press pound for more options.
Okay, we're gonna try one more time.
Hi, Julia.
Hello?
You've been unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but there's an echo.
Okay, so do you want me to hang up my phone now?
I don't know.
Well,
John?
I've been listening to the WebEx for an hour and a half, and I'm waiting for my turn, but I can't get through unless I use my phone.
Well, so
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's fine, thank you.
Okay, so my name is Julia Bentley. My address is 246 McPherson Avenue. Thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback. This is in support of the email sent on the 7th of September collectively by the owners of 244 McPherson, 246 McPherson, and 248 McPherson, which are directly across the lane from 17 McMaster. I acknowledge the outreach by the homeowners, which was very helpful. The concerns we have relate to the privacy of the sightline from the 3rd-story deck and the visibility into neighboring properties across the lane. And based on my understanding from the previous applications earlier in this meeting, I would like to request that there be privacy screening to regulation height on the 3rd floor deck, and that the deck be set back from the edge of the building to ensure that the homeowner's intentions are respected. The homeowners, the applicants of 17 McMaster, where they wish to protect their privacy as well as the privacy of their neighbors. The second concern relates to the floor space index, which we understand under the new application will be 0.92 as compared to the maximum allowable of 0.6. I recognize that the existing floor space index is 0.83. However, ultimately this means that the floor space index will be 50% over the maximum allowable. Recognizing that the current application does not alter the footprint of the house, and nevertheless, we think it's relevant to the last point, which has to do with landscaping and environmental impact. As a result of the framed deck, the interlock paving inside the rear yard, and the parking pad also interlocked outside the fence, this will result in a very high proportion of built space as compared to unbuilt space. And we appreciate the homeowner's intent to re-landscape and increase the area of greenscaping. And we wonder whether the committee can impose conditions whereby this commitment to increase the softscaping and replace the 2 trees would increase the percentage of greenscaping to built area within the lot. I understand that the requirement for softscaping in the rear yard is normally 50%. The existing lot does not appear to adhere to that. And so the question is, are there possibilities for the future with respect to the deck to ensure that it has flat permitting water to go through? And if there is to be paving, that it be semi-permeable first stone. All of this is related to water runoff. Because if all the area is built up, where is the water supposed to go? We know that there is a chronic problem with flooding in this neighborhood, and we would like to ensure that the lot is able to absorb the water that runs off from the built-up area. And even if the existing interlock paving and deck do not respect the expected softscaping requirements, there should be an anticipation by the committee that if each house, each lot is allowed to do this, there will not be any place for the water to go, and that there will be an even greater issue related to flooding. And with respect to the built area, the less greenery there is, the more heat will be absorbed, the more this is going to have an environmental impact, and this is going to aggravate climate change.
All right,
So
Ms.
we
Bentley,
appreciate,
Ms. Bentley.
we appreciate the homeowner's intent.
All right, Ms. Bentley, there's no variance with respect to soft landscaping here. So whatever is done with respect to the landscaping is being done as of right. So in other words, the applicant complies with the bylaws with respect to soft landscaping.
I recognize that there is an inherent right grandfathered in what is there. So my intention in participating in this committee meeting is to draw to the attention of the committee the concerns of the citizens of this city to the long-term impact of increasing to build up our personal property, which then ultimately has an impact on the environment. But I recognize your comment about the variance in this particular application.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Valente Gorup.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. I would like the opportunity to reply, I guess, more in detail to the letter, since we've heard some thoughts on that directly from one of the neighbors. Although we firmly believe the majority of the neighbors' concerns do not pertain to the minor variances requested here today and should not be addressed by the committee. I'm happy to briefly summarize, what was included in the letter delivered by our clients, the owners of 17 McMaster, to their neighbors on McPherson. Our clients took this opportunity to describe these points in person and answer their neighbors' questions at that time. Regarding the concerns about FSI having impact on landscaping, I have addressed that in my previous statement, so I will move on to some of the other points that are outlined in the letter. Regarding the site landscaping, the rear yard's frame deck, interlocking paving, and parking pad are all existing and labeled as such in the site plan and are outside the scope of the current renovation addition. The clients do, however, intend to re-landscape the rear yard. Once work on the house is complete, they would like to increase the amount of planting, integrate native species, and in particular, plant 1 to 2 fast-growing mature trees to contribute to the tree canopy, biodiversity, and character of the neighborhood. The green space, vegetation, shade, biodiversity, heat absorption, water runoff that the neighbors' primary concerns will remain unaffected by the proposed construction, and if anything, will be improved upon in the near future. Regarding the tree canopy that's also outlined in the letter, raised in paragraph titled Precedent Setting, happy to clarify that would happen with the trees that were removed from the property before construction began. In fact, the 2 trees were removed from the rear yard as part of a client's due diligence. Report found that those trees from a report by a certified arborist found that those trees had a probable likelihood of failure in the next of 1 to 2, 3 years, posing significant danger to surrounding residents' properties, including, I might add, those on McPherson. An application was submitted to Urban Forestry to remove both trees, and approval was received before they were cut down. And finally, regarding the rear story addition deck, which I think we already discussed briefly. So we have applied, as mentioned, received the current building permit that allows our clients to build the proposed rear roof line and deck as of right. Therefore, those items are not among the minor variances that we are seeking for 17 McMaster. However, we do understand and are mindful and respectful of our neighbors' concerns. We understand that they are concerned about sightlines from their homes being affected, as well as losing privacy from the construction of the proposed deck. Fortunately, sightlines from the neighbors' homes should remain unaffected. The proposed rear deck would present a decrease in roof height of 3 feet, no impact to the sightlines there as far as we know, while the rear story addition, whose height is just 3 foot 10 inches higher than the existing rear roof, remains below the height of the existing roof peak, causing little or no impact to sightlines from the neighbors' properties. As for sightlines or overlook from the proposed deck toward the neighboring properties, these sightlines, as mentioned, go both ways, and our clients are as concerned about privacy as their neighbors. That's why we've designed a solid opaque handrail, as mentioned. The deck is designed so that, as I mentioned already, when they're seated, they will not be seen. The sight lines to and from this deck are obstructed. As stated previously, our clients intend to replant 1 to 2 fast-growing trees on their property to provide a visual screen in the future and obviously address the other concerns about landscaping. So I sincerely hope that this responds to the concerns of both the neighbors and the committee. I'm happy to answer any further questions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Panel, any questions? Okay. Do we have any comments? Do we have a motion? Yes, Larry?
Sure, Chair. I'm happy to start on this one. I actually thought this was quite a reasonable and well done application. I note that on the 3rd story that both the front and the rear are set back a little bit. I think that's sympathetic to the neighbors. I also note that the 3rd story deck has screening already incorporated into the design, which will shield the adjacent neighbors. I was looking at the lot fabric and then checked out the lane. The separation between the back of this home and the homes that are immediately behind is quite substantial. There's a large lane and it's quite a distance. I don't think a balcony would have any adverse impact on those homes in behind just because it's far enough away and it is set back from the top of the house. So I think this is, in my view, it's a supportable application. I think the applicant has done a really good job. I would commend the agent for a fulsome overview of what is being proposed and a good response to some of the concerns raised by the opposition. I'd like to move approval of this application, and I don't believe there are any conditions.
Carl, you second the motion?
Yes, I am.
Okay, all in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Item number 32. 336 Pacific Avenue, and the purpose of the application to construct a new 3-story, 4-unit building, 4-plex with a front basement walkout, a rooftop deck, and front and rear balconies at the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels. Also, a total of 2 parking spaces will be provided on site within the existing detached garage. And with this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, email correspondence from Transportation, and email correspondence from Heritage, and opposition from West Junction Historical Society. Mr. Chan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. This is Christian.
We're having trouble, Mr. Chan, hearing you because you're very quiet.
Okay, just a moment, Mr. Chair. I'll just attempt to set my audio settings. Is that better, Mr. Chair?
Yes, better.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So good afternoon again, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Christian Chan of C2 Planning. My address is Suite 138 at 157 Adelaide Street, West Toronto, Ontario, and I'm the planner and agent on behalf of the applicants, 336 Pacific Avenue Limited, the owners of the subject property.
Okay, we need a presentation from you, Mr. Chan, because there is opposition.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do understand that the opposition is with respect to heritage concerns for the proposal. However, I will run through the application in terms of its merits. This is a proposal for a fourplex at the subject site. This design is slightly different from the ones that the committee has seen before for the other fourplexes that I have advanced to the committee and sought approval. Just in terms of consultation, Transportation Services has indicated that they have no concerns with the proposed parking. I've reached out to community planning on numerous occasions to seek any concerns or issues, and none have been received. We have been in discussion with the neighbors to the south at number 334 who wish to see renderings of the proposal, which the architect did provide to them this week. So the proposal is for a 3-story fourplex, the maximum height of which is being 12.37 meters, but just to identify that that particular maximum height is for a specific rooftop enclosure element to access the rooftop deck. So the overall height of the building will be 10 meters and complies with the height of the zoning bylaw permitted for the site. It is a corner lot. We have numerous bus routes that are within the vicinity of this site, about 3 of them. The Keel Express bus route is about 300 meters to the east. There's a bus route in High Park, and it's just 1 block or about 200 meters north of the northern boundary of the High Park Station MTSA that's proposed by city staff. There's also bike lanes, and within 300 meters, bike share stations in two places from the site. With respect to the FSI, we're seeking an FSI of 1.28. That's about 120 square meters total above the existing FSI on the site, which represents approximately the one additional dwelling unit that we're proposing on the site, so of approximately 1,100 square feet. In terms of there's other FSIs in the immediate context, there's a range of COA approvals that go up to 1.32 FSI at 291 Pacific Avenue, and a number of other ones that are 1.31, 1.16 at 317 Pacific Avenue, and 1.15 at 299 Pacific Avenue. So we can see in the immediate context that there's a range of FSIs that are that this proposed FSI is within the range of, so it's not precedential. With regards to the front yard setback, we're proposing a front yard setback that's approximately 3 feet to the east of the existing front yard setback. And it also is not numerically precedential on Pacific Avenue. If we can go to the supplementary documentation showing the building footprints, we can see that the existing pattern of front yard setbacks are smaller front yards, ranging from 0 meters in many cases to 5 meters, such as at 293 and 295 Pacific. So the proposed building position is more in line with the existing front yard setback character of the immediate and adjacent block contacts on Pacific Avenue. With respect to the rear yard landscaping variance, it's an improvement over the existing condition. The existing condition is next to no soft landscape in the rear yard. It's completely dominated by both the rear main wall, the extent of the rear main wall of the existing building, as well as the garage that is currently there that is going to be maintained. So there's an improvement as the building is being pushed forward to achieve a better percentage of soft landscaping in the rear yard. So with respect to the height variance, again, it is triggered by the roof stair enclosure. The residential building is measured from average grade, is complying with the zoning bylaw 10 meters height. And this is the same as for variance number 5 for the exterior main wall height, which is measured to the top of the rooftop stair enclosure, does not represent the remainder of the building. With respect to the front yard landscaping, we're deficient about approximately 6.8 meters square. This is because we are pushing the building forward, as well as providing the walkways and the entrances to the basement unit that require additional walkways and landscaping, hard landscaping, in order to access the additional dwelling unit that's proposed. With respect to the platforms, again, this is related to the positioning of the building. As we're pushing the building forward, we see that the balconies are being pushed towards the front setbacks. In my site visit and going along Pacific Avenue, because there are smaller front yard setbacks, there are numerous front porches and second-story decks that are facing Pacific Avenue that approach the streetscape. So in my opinion, this wouldn't be out of line with the existing streetscape character. And with respect to parking, again, in terms of proximity to transit and in consideration of transportation services, taking no concerns with the proposed parking, in my opinion, the proposed parking spaces are appropriate for the site as well. And for the purposes of expediency, should there be any other comments or questions, I'd be happy to answer them after the comments from any concerned community members.
Okay, any questions at this point, panel? Okay, let's move on to Bryce Young.
Bryce, you've been unmuted.
Mr. Young?
Bryce Young, you may speak now.
Okay, let's move on to the next one and see, and you can keep trying to get a hold of him. Diane Fancer?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Diana Fancher. I'm representing the West Toronto Junction Historical Society, which is located in the basement of the Annette Library at 145 Annette Street, M6P1P3. We're an all-volunteer organization, so it's a little hard to keep on top of all the planning applications that are coming out of the city. We weren't aware of this proposal, and that this proposal was to demolish an historic building, or we would have objected sooner. And I immediately put in a listing request to Preservation Services as soon as I found out. Just to make clear, we are not opposed to creating 4 units. The building is already divided into 2, possibly 3 units. And the previous owners already renovated the building, so it's in good condition. And there are many good examples of historic buildings being modified to incorporate extra units along Annette Street. In 40 years of working with developers, we have not lost a single historic building on Annette Street. They have, you know, anything that's contentious has been worked out with planners and community members and developer, to the point that the building was saved and the requested densities or variations were approved. So we're opposed basically to the demolition. In addition, it should be possible to incorporate 4 units into the existing building. There's an extension on the back that connects to the garage that could be demolished with decks put on back there. The house itself is an integral part of the historic streetscape along Annette. It was built in 1888 as a doctor's residence and office with a separate entrance on Annette Street. And today, both or all 3 entrances are currently on Annette Street rather than on Pacific Avenue. It was designed and built by architect Abraham B. Piper, who is an important local architect. One of his buildings in the area is designated. We currently have, we're working with Preservation Services on listing requests for 2 others. Piper is noted for his imaginative and unique poems that are one-of-a-kind interpretations of local styles, or period styles. It's also built of local brick from Junction Brickyards north of St. Clair. The house is in a proposed heritage district, the Junction Heritage District, which is being actively researched by the Historical Society and the Junction HDC. First part of the Heritage District study has already been approved and prioritized by the city. We were able to put together this listing request on short notice because the historic research and documentation has been done on all the Annette Street buildings like this one, but we haven't put them in for listing on the Heritage Register unless something comes up because of the paperwork involved. And I just say that I took all weekend and part of Monday to put together the evidence to put in the request. In summary, the Historical Society would like to urge you not to approve the demolition of this building and instruct the owner to come back with a plan that retains the building. I understand there's an outstanding zoning report, so that seems to be something else that needs to be done. I'd also like to say that Annette Street, where all the entrances to this building are, is entirely in West Toronto Junction, and reiterate that we haven't lost an historic building in 40 years. I wasn't even aware that authorization for demolition could be made through the Committee of Adjustment, and I don't think a lot of other people are either. Thank you.
Well, we don't authorize demolitions.
Well, but demolition has to be made because if you approve the application, right?
Yeah.
The permit is automatic.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that. I don't know what the requirements are for demolition, but we don't approve demolitions. We only approve these variances.
But de facto, you approve the demolition because the
Okay,
permit.
so,
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt. I was not aware that the Toronto Junction Historical Society was resident in the Annette Library, and I'm related to somebody who is in the Annette Library who works there. So I'm going to have to declare a conflict of interest. I'm sorry to be doing it late. I didn't realize the connection.
but that doesn't sound like a conflict, Carl.
Are you sure? Okay.
I
as
wouldn't
long
think
as,
so.
okay. Fine. Then I'm prepared to go on. I just needed to acknowledge that. Thank you.
If I may, we're not a part of the library other than being a tenant in the basement.
Okay, so can I ask you, I know I have a note here about heritage, but, and I may or may not have seen something in the record, but we have nothing from Heritage Preservation. Where do they stand on this matter, or are they asking for more time?
They're an added material, Mr. Chairman. They've indicated they didn't have time to evaluate.
Yeah, well, that's a problem, you know, that they hold up all development. Okay, so what's your connection? Do you have a connection with the Heritage Preservation, Ms. Spencer?
What do you mean, connection?
Well, I mean, do you work together on properties?
The Historical Society works together on properties. I'm not employed. The Historical Society has no employees. I'm just the spokesperson who could show up on quick notice after putting this material together.
I understand that, but if you identify a property that you think should be preserved, do you then submit something to Heritage Preservation?
Not in all cases, because in the case of the historic district, we have so many properties that basically what we've been doing is compiling sort of a plan of the whole area with all of the historic properties listed on it. So unless somebody decides they want to demolish one of the buildings, we don't usually, or alter or, you know, do something like that to one of the buildings. We don't usually take it to the city. In the case of Dundas Street, which is seeing a lot of development, we have proposed something like 30 or 40 buildings for listing in the last, three or 4 years. So with that level of activity, it's really hard to then, you know, start working on putting in all the other historic buildings in the area in one, you know, in advance.
Okay, so I understand from what you say that while you may identify buildings as historic in the area, that doesn't mean heritage preservation is going to designate them for preservation.
Well, we haven't had any rejections so far. We do, you know, provide top quality information. In many cases, we even provide the architectural descriptions. We, you know, we work closely with preservation services to make sure that we, you know, submit buildings that will be approved.
All right, thank you. That's what I was trying to get at, what your role via the heritage preservation is. So you make recommendations.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to Jim Baxter.
We seem to have lost him. I'm going to give him one more call.
Okay, so I'm going to go skip on to Adam Wynn. You try and get Mr. Baxter. Adam Wynn.
Adam, you've been unmuted.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My address for the record is 20.5 O'Hara Avenue in Toronto. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am here to voice opposition to the proposed demolition of 336 Pacific Avenue in the located at the southwest corner of Pacific Avenue and Annette Street in the junction. 336 Pacific Avenue was designed in 1888 by the local junction architect Abraham B. Pfeiffer, working on commission for the local physician and surgeon Bernard Herb. While not presently included on the City of Toronto Heritage Register, it is an important area heritage property and should be retained and incorporated into any redevelopment of the property. Furthermore, the West Toronto Junction Historical Society, who you just heard from, has recently nominated the property for heritage status, and I encourage the Committee of Adjustment for any decision regarding demolition or approving this project until the City of Toronto Heritage Planning has had an opportunity to formally review the nomination and submit comments in further detail. In my letter dated the 13th of September, you will see a number of photographs of the subject property, including both before and after its recent renovation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Can we get a hold of Mr. Baxter? John?
Jim, you've been unmuted.
Mr. Baxter? He's not with us. Okay.
Chair, just while we're waiting, the previous speaker, did he make reference to some photos attached to some correspondence?
No, I don't think so. I think he said photos would be submitted to the Heritage Preservation, something like that.
Phone number, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can.
What he
Thanks.
said
Bye.
exactly.
Okay, I thought I heard that he submitted some photos, but I don't have them, so maybe he didn't. Maybe you're right.
No, I read through his letter, but I didn't see any photos. So John, are we able to get a hold of Mr. Baxter? Yeah, try one more time. Oh, there was a photo.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we received this yesterday at 1:56 p.m.
Okay, could you put it back on the screen? Yeah, it's quite a nice house.
So that's the current,
Yeah.
it's the current house, right?
After
So
leaving a message, you
there's no, I thought I heard him say he had some old photos of it.
Well, looks like it probably hasn't changed that much.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Jim Baxter, we seem to be just getting his answering machine. I'm not sure if we're able to connect.
Okay, well, we'll carry on. If you can get a hold of them, that'd be good. Christian Chan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members.
Yeah, could you tell us, I mean, all the opposition we've heard from till now wants to preserve this house rather than tear it down. Why does your client want to tear it down, except maybe it's more cost efficient to tear it down and build something new rather than renovate? Is there some other reason if this is really a historic house?
Yeah, well, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the questions and the questions of the concerned residents. Just in response, I'd just like to note that none of the objections were raised with respect to the specific variances that are being requested before the committee. With respect to the heritage concerns, upon purchase of the house, there was no indication on the purchase and sale of whether this house had historical value. There was no indication as such, and so the proposal was to come in, and my client has done a number of fourplex developments across the city adjacent to major streets. There was no indication that this would have been a property of heritage value at the time of the production of the plans. With respect to Ms. Fancher's concerns for demolition, I'd just like to assure her that granting the variances is not a de facto approval of the demolition of the residential house. The building permit process requires plans to be submitted to buildings before a demolition permit is issued. I do appreciate the fact that Ms. Fancher had submitted the notification to Heritage Preservation Services, and I do like to raise that if Heritage Preservation Services decides to move forward with further research of this house, there would be a report from Heritage Preservation to either the internally to Toronto Heritage Preservation Services and planning staff, as well as to the Toronto Preservation Board, which will decide should this house decided to be preserved. So approving these variances today won't stymie the process in terms of whether or not this is a heritage house. That process can occur concurrently with the variance process, and should the Toronto Preservation Board see that this house has of any heritage value, then obviously we will have to work with heritage planning staff and buildings to see if there are any revisions to the plans that can work within the variances should they be approved. There's another process too with respect to the Heritage Preservation Heritage District. I do note that on the city's website that there is a Heritage Conservation District in development for the Junction Phase 1. However, there is no planning study or information provided on it. It's just listed. So there's no information from upon my review of this application, of this proposal, to go from in terms of its heritage value. When I was looking at this from a planning perspective and looking at all the policy documents that would have surrounded the site, that would have alarmed me of any heritage concerns to that effect. Just to reiterate, if there is a research that is going to be done by HPS, this will be carried on a separate process and will be decided on by the Heritage Preservation Board. And in my opinion, it's not affecting or subject to the variances that are before you today.
Mr. Chen, we run into this often where the heritage comes in late and says, we want you to defer this for 6 months, and I always have a problem with that because whoever it is, York Line or anybody else that wants to do a renovation, has got a lot of money tied up in these things. 6 months delay is, you know, paying interest and mortgages and everything else, and I didn't think it's fair, but, and obviously Heritage hasn't begun any work on this project, or they haven't notified us or anything else. But it looks like a house worth preserving to me, and certainly the opposition thinks so, the Historical Society of the area.
Yes, sir. And I do recognize that too, and I do note that in Heritage Preservation Services letter, they did not stipulate whether they would seek deferral of this application for 6 months to do their research. I believe it is a process that they could still consider concurrently should the application be approved, because again, the committee's approval, should it be approved, does not give de facto demolition approval for this application. Should Heritage Preservation Services...
I understand that, but I assume that if we approve it at this point, that it's going to speed up the process and shorten the time that Heritage Preservation has to do their study. And I can't tell you what the timelines are or anything else, but I know they've always asked for 6 months or so to do a study. So you know, I want to give them the opportunity to do it in this case when it's been identified by local historical societies as a historical building that should be preserved. So I appreciate what you're saying, that we're not giving approval for demolition, and the Heritage Preservation still has an opportunity to step in, but I also don't want to foreshorten the time they have and let this house be demolished when Heritage Preservation might want to preserve it.
One thing that I can offer, sir, is to contact or put conditional upon the approval that we discuss the proposal with Heritage Preservation Services, because obviously now that they are aware of this application, and that a approval or a condition of the committee would be to seek consultation with Heritage Preservation Services for the potential demolition of this property designated under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, as what is normally used in the course of applications that require HPS approval for demolition.
Okay, Sabrina, have we done that before? I don't recall that.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we can do that.
To me, sir, it's something similar to what would be normally provided for an urban forestry condition, is that construction cannot proceed unless another commenting agency, we receive their blessing, for example, sir.
Okay. Just be mindful that their satisfaction may take months.
Yeah, or more. Okay.
Panel, Mr. Chairman, I think the fine point there was to Sabrina's use the word satisfaction, and that's not what Mr. Chan said. Mr. Chan said consultation. So the concern that I have with that condition is that consulting means you go there and you talk about it, but Heritage has absolutely no authority to basically influence it. That's consultation. If we put Heritage approval, you could, as Sabrina has indicated, be tied up for a considerable length of time. I don't think consultation actually achieves much because there's no obligation on the part of the owner to listen to Heritage, and I think approval at this stage is unreasonable because the owner, one assumes, entered into this without any background in terms of Heritage is concerned, because it wasn't recorded anywhere. There were no regulations that they could refer to that apply to this site. So he's before us with a proposal, and as much as I like the existing building, and as a designer, I respect the existing building and think that its contribution to Annette Street is far superior to what we have before us, I have some concern holding the development up because there was nothing on file anywhere to give this applicant any suggestion that heritage needed to be considered in a more concrete way. So I don't think either one of those conditions are really helpful.
But what would you propose, Carl? Or you just approve the application?
I very reluctantly would approve the application with conditions. And I say I do that reluctantly because I think the existing building's contribution to Annette Street is remarkably positive. I think the proposed building's contribution to the street is somewhat less positive. But I think that we've had, as you've indicated, we've had this situation before. And this isn't a case of Heritage coming to us and saying, oh, by the way, we want 6 months to study this. Heritage didn't even raise this. The issue was raised by a local historical society who's doing their job and saying, look, within our area, this building appears to have merit, and they're alerting Heritage Toronto. I would reluctantly be in favor of moving forward with this application because I think if the city's serious about historical preservation, they need to put something in place that gives people like this applicant some warning that that's what's coming down the pike. I think introducing these concerns at the last minute is frankly unfair.
Carl, I think, I'll get to you in a minute, Larry, but I think the problem with Heritage and probably a lot of other departments in the city is shortness of staff, particularly during the pandemic. And they just, you know, so I don't like the idea of having a building demolished because Heritage Preservation didn't have enough bodies to do their study. Larry?
Well, excuse me, I'm not suggesting that there's anything, I'm not making negative comment about heritage or heritage preservation. I'm saying, and this was an issue that Larry and I discussed at another hearing, I think there's a policy initiative here missing that would guide us, and we just don't have it. That's my only comment.
Larry?
Yeah, I think we all get frustrated when we see these, when we see heritage related concerns being raised, particularly at the last minute. I have a couple of different views. Chair, I share your concern about demolition versus renovation. You know, we see a lot of times where there are people opposed to renovating a heritage building, and I think that's different from demolishing, which does have obviously a more permanent aspect to it. We have had these in the past, and we struggle with them every single time. This one, in my view, is a little bit different. I think this, Carl put it quite nicely. I'm very familiar with this area, and structures like this, along with the churches that are along Annette, some of them are still churches, some of them have been renovated into condos, but they've been done with respect in terms of the archaeological significance of it. I think this is a different building with a lot more visibility to the traveling public and to the surrounding neighborhood. This is also one that has been tagged by the local historical association. So, you know, that's what they do is identify and trying to preserve these things. I think this one's a little bit different. I'm a little bit more uncomfortable with approving this one in the absence of smarter people than I am that can speak to the heritage value. I think I don't want to slow anyone up. I don't want to cause anyone financial hardship. But when it's demolition involved, we have an opportunity to at least take a sober second look at this building. And if in fact it is meets the threshold for preservation, then it should be given that opportunity. If it doesn't, then, you know, the applicant can still proceed with their application. But I'm uncomfortable, frankly, with approving it without some assurance that this will be vetted in some capacity by Heritage.
Zahir?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to echo Larry's comments as well. The danger with situations like this is that once demolished, there's no way you can go back. And I would hate to see, as it is, I think we see too much of Toronto's history disappearing in place of to be replaced by fairly modern structures. So I think it's better to err on the side of caution and yes, we wait. So I again, this is an application that I'm not too comfortable with. I drive up and down Annette quite frequently, and I have noticed the churches, for example, that are not being used for the original purpose being refurbed and renovated, and it's quite marvelous that the architecture is being preserved. So with this particular application, my concern would be that demolition may take place, and then we'll be looking back and thinking, why didn't we wait?
So I would, I agree with Larry and Zahir, and but I appreciate the concern the developer has about proceeding. So I would suggest that somebody consider this for a motion, that we defer the matter, our usual deferral period of approximately 3 months, with a condition that a developer consult with heritage preservation during that deferral period, so that and that heritage preservation report to us as to whether they considered, even without doing a full study, but they consider that this might be worth preserving, and letting us know what it is that they wish to do, whether to delay it so they can do a full study or whatever, but I would hate to see this building go.
Chair, I'm happy to move a motion along those lines. I will move that this application be deferred such that the applicant can hold consultations and discussions with Heritage with respect to its future designation.
And that we ask that Heritage provide us with a report by when the matter returns, so that to determine whether it should be delayed more or we should refuse the application, whatever Heritage recommends.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Chair, whether that would be within the 3-month window. We can certainly try, but
I'm not asking for a full report at that stage. I'm just asking for them to say, yes, this deserves a more thorough study, etc.
Okay.
Yes, Zahir?
I'll second that motion.
Okay. So, Sabrina, are you able to make some sense of what Larry and I were talking about?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes.
Okay. All right. All in favor of the motion? Okay. Matter is deferred, subject to a condition that during the deferral that the applicant consult with Heritage Preservation and solicit their opinion or recommendation as to whether the matter should proceed or otherwise. Okay, thank you. Number 33, 200 and 206 Dunn Avenue. And the purpose of this application is to construct 4 additional residential units for a total of 8 residential units within the existing 2-story apartment building. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, email correspondence from transportation, report from urban forestry, 2 form letters in support and opposition from 207 Dunn Avenue. Tyler Peck.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of committee. My name is Tyler Peck from W&D Associates, 90 Eglinton Avenue East, Suite 970. We are the applicant and planners for this application.
Okay. So thank you, Mr. Peck. I don't think we need a presentation. Do you have anything you want to say to the panel before we go into committee?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll provide a very brief summary. As noted, the proposal includes the creation of 4 additional dwelling units within vacant, unused portions in the basement of the existing residential building at 200 to 206 Dunn. This application is adding housing while maintaining existing neighborhood character and replicating rear yard and lane conditions in the area. The requested variances are limited only to the supply and organization of bicycle and vehicle parking areas. There's no variances associated with built form or landscaping required for the proposal. City Planning and Transportation Services have no objection, and we have no concerns with the urban forestry condition. Happy to run through the details of the 4 tests, but I think the application is relatively straightforward in terms of the parking requests.
Yes, thank you. Panel, any questions? Where's Carl?
I'm here.
Oh.
I'm digging into a report. I thought I read something I can't find.
Okay. You disappeared from the screen, so I thought you were gone.
Am I there now?
No, we don't see you.
Okay, this happened once before and I had to sign back in, so I'll try and do that.
Okay.
Yeah, the systems, that just happened to me too, Carl, so there's something wonky about
You just sign back in?
No, I signed in on my other computer and then somehow that freed up my original computer. It was weird.
Oh, I'm going out for a bit and I'll try and come back.
Okay, in the meantime, do you have any questions, Larry or Zahir, or comments?
Just some comments, if I may. I
There's
think
Carl's here. Okay, go ahead, Zahir.
I think it's a fairly straightforward application, and as the applicant has indicated, there are no variances beyond this, for the changes that pertain to the changes within the structure itself. So there are no variances that are of concern. What it does do, what this application does do, of course, is increase the housing stock in the area, which I think is quite commendable. So I personally don't have any issues with this particular application. The only condition I note is that forestry has a forestry condition. Number 2, transportation has no concerns.
So Carl, Carl disappeared again.
Carl doesn't like this, Paul. There is a forestry advisory memo. Can we just double check that the applicant has seen and read and understands what's in the advisory memo?
Yeah, Mr. Peck?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we're aware of that. We'll work with urban forestry with respect to any necessary permits that are related to the location of the driveway vis-a-vis the existing trees on the site.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, Carl, can you hear us?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can proceed. We have quorum, and we'll just mark him as absent for this one.
I understand that, but Carl was here for part, he heard the thing. Okay, so one of you has to make a motion. Yes, Zahir.
Thank you, Chair. I move that we approve this application. The only conditions are forestry number 2, and I'm not sure if how we add the advisory piece as well.
So I think we just say and plus the other condition from forestry.
From forestry, basically the 2 conditions from forestry.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. You second that, Larry? All in favor? Okay. You have your approval, sir.
Thank you. Just to confirm, there was one forestry condition. I just want to confirm for my client's sake what the second forestry condition will be.
Well, there's in the list of forestry conditions on all the properties, there was an F2 forestry condition, and then there was a separate letter that didn't tell us whether it was an F2 condition or some other condition, but just said, you gotta do this, that, and the other thing. Have you seen that letter?
My understanding is that that memo was a replication of forestry condition number 2 in their main
Yeah,
memo.
it may very well be, and I think you're probably right, but for the sake of safety, I don't know why they send the letter if they ask for an F2. So, just to be on the safe side, we say F2 and the condition.
Not a problem, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Number 34, 368 Crawford Street. The purpose of the application is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a two-story rear addition, a third-story rear addition with a balcony and a rear ground floor deck. Also to construct a new one-story ancillary building, a detached garage in the rear yard. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, correspondence in support from 291 and 354 Crawford Street, and opposition from 364 and 360 Crawford Street.
Afternoon, council members. My name is Matthew Rebo of 5359 Timberlea Boulevard, Mississauga. I'm the agent representing the owners at 358 Crawford Street. I've reviewed the online materials, including the letters of objection and support, and assume that in absence of any planning report, staff are in support of our application. What we're proposing is pretty straightforward, but in light of the opposition, we have also prepared a brief presentation.
Yes, you better go ahead because these people, opposition wants to speak, so we have to.
Sure.
They have to hear what you have to say.
Okay. So, on behalf of our clients, Frank and Serena Goitnich, owners of property located at 358 Crawford Street, subject site in Toronto, Gaspard Design Group is pleased to present this proposal in support of minor variance application to permit a development that would include interior alterations throughout the main dwelling and rear second and third story additions without altering the existing rear setback of the dwelling. Goitnich's purchase of this property in December of 2021, hoping to renovate the property with one of the intentions being to create a multi-generational dwelling which could accommodate their elderly parents comfortably as well as caregivers as needed. The fact that renovations of this type have been completed and continue to be made in the immediate vicinity was a factor into their decision. This letter will provide an explanation of the proposal as well as our rationale to support the request. Location surrounding context: the existing 2.5-story Victorian single-family dwelling was built in 1899. It was important to our clients to maintain a Victorian facade respecting the historic nature of the streetscape. The surrounding neighborhood was a mix of 2.5-story and 3-story residential houses throughout. Although we understand that each property and application is reviewed and tested against a Ford test independently, we'd like to highlight several similar properties, in particular 348A Crawford Street, 5 properties south, currently under construction, which received approval in November 2021 for variances very similar to what we are requesting. Proposal: our client retained us to, design a house so as to modernize and expand the existing livable floor area and to be able to accommodate a multi-generational household, as well as knock down and rebuild the rear laneway garage. There were many design challenges, including existing building setbacks and proximity to neighboring dwellings. We believe that a proposed design respects the adjacent properties within a reasonable margin, as we explored several solutions before settling with the current proposed design. Required variances: the existing rear garage will likely require significant demolition to accommodate site access and material storage through the duration of construction. The majority of the other properties backing onto the rear laneway have garages that are built the entire width of the property, and we propose to do the same. This results in an overall garage area of 66.77 square meters, where the bylaw only permits a maximum of 40 square meters for ancillary building structures. The proposed main dwelling additions requires 3 variances. Although we were maintaining the existing 2.5-story facade, the proposed rear third floor addition has a flat roof to create livable space, and the height is no greater than the pitch roof ridge of the existing dwelling. This will require variance to permit 11.4 meters sidewall height, where the bylaw permits a maximum of 7.5 meters sidewalls. We're also asking for an increase in total floor area, 1.06 times lot area, or 313.86 square meters, where the bylaw permits a maximum floor space index of 0.69 times. the lot area, or 203.52 square meters. Lastly, we're proposing a 6.58 wide stair from the main floor rear walkout to create a safer exit landing for the house and for aesthetic preference, where the bylaw only permits 2 meters wide of stairs. Analysis of the four tests is required by the Section 45(1) of the Planning Act. The following is our analysis of the four tests for the appropriateness of a minor variance request. Does the proposal meet the intent of the official plan? It is our belief that the density, form, bulk, height, setback, spacing, and materials of development are compatible with its surrounding neighborhood. We were very intentional when designing the second and third story areas to ensure that it would not be obvious from the street while creating a space required by the family in a similar fashion to several homes that were renovated on the street. The proposed larger garage will create continuity with the surrounding rear detached ancillary garages, most of which span the full widths of the properties, rather than leaving unnecessary space between the neighboring structures. Does the proposal meet the intent of the zoning bylaw? We believe that the intent of the zoning bylaw regarding the garage area is to maintain smaller structures on these narrow lots. However, the subject property is a touch wider than most of these than on the street, and the building, the full width of the lot results in a slightly larger square footage. With regard to the bylaw pertaining to maximum side wall heights, the intent is to limit overall dwelling heights. However, many of the homes in Crawford and adjacent streets having dwelling heights that are well above the maximum permitted by the current bylaw. This has to do with, especially in context to the Victorian homes, and many that are situated higher, the first floor is higher from grade, proposing higher overall building heights. In addition, many approved applications for minor variances regarding heights suggest that that allowing sidewall heights to exceed the bylaws is often considered appropriate for the neighborhood. The intent of the zoning bylaw for floor space index generally seeks to limit the size and mass of the dwellings within the neighborhood. However, there are several examples that we will highlight of similar developments that were approved for overall floor space index much greater than what we are proposing. Out of 23 past applications within the neighborhood, 7 on Crawford, as well as Shaw, Harrison, Melrose, Beatrice, Mansfield, Grace, and Churchill, we calculate an average of 89% over the permitted floor space index as an average. We're only asking for 53.5 increase. Is the proposal desirable for the appropriate development or use of the land?
Sir,
Yes.
Your time is up, so perhaps you could wrap up now.
I can wrap up really quickly. So I've got a list of multiple properties that basically, sorry, I lost my spot there. Is it minor in nature? So we believe that based on several of the applications, again, 23 that we noted, I can answer to those 23, as well as 5 properties that had second story depth that matches what we're proposing. Again, I can go down the list, and 3 that has a similar floor space area of what we're proposing. In conclusion, for the reasons listed above, it is our professional opinion that proposed variances are in keeping with the intent of the official plan, are in keeping with the intent of the City of Toronto zoning bylaw, are desirable for the appropriate development of the lands, and are minor in nature, both individually and cumulatively. We therefore respectfully request that proposed variances be approved by the Committee of Adjustment Council members. Thank you for your time, and of course, any questions I can answer.
Thank you. Kimberly Hume.
I'm Kimberly Hume. I live at 364 Crawford Street. That is 3 houses north of the subject property.
Yes, can you tell us what your concerns are?
Yes, I'm right. I have written in to oppose the application, and my primary objection is the height and depth of the rear addition and balcony. So I'm not concerned with the stuff at the front, it's at the rear. And I live 3 houses north of this, the applicant building, and the height and depth of the 3rd story rear addition are not in keeping with the neighborhood. Maybe other houses that have done this, as the applicant's agent has mentioned, but not within sight lines of my backyard, either north of me or south of me, as this would be. So I'm concerned about the visual intrusion of not only a 2nd story rear addition, but also the current rear deck. The house that I can see from my backyard has a deck on top of the 1st story. And so this would propose a very bulky a second story as well as another story above that, as the roof line at the moment is set back from the yard, and carrying that third story all the way back into the yard would be an intrusion, as well as on the south facing, which has more sunlight in the summer, which is when we enjoy the backyard the most. So that was my objection, as well as the floor space, and just because it's quite significant in addition to what's currently there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Panel, any questions? Don Christie?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Don Christie. I live at 360 Crawford. I'm the house, I own and live in the house immediately to the north of 358 Crawford. I have a number of concerns with this proposal. I have spoken with the homeowners. A couple of weeks ago, we learned about their plans for this. And while on vacation and just have had a couple of weeks to sort of look at things, there wasn't much new that wasn't explained by the agent today. Our concern is that the building already sits on our property line, 3 feet, less than 3 feet between houses. We're talking about an increase to 36-foot walls, a single 36-foot wall that'll be about 62 feet deep. Basically, a giant wall is going to go up immediately adjacent to our home. It's already 30 feet high with the step down on the second floor, but that's going to go back further and add a section. That's a concern. We live and work in the house. My wife works in the attic. I got the basement, and it's you know, we treasure the light that does come into the house, and we're looking at blocking all of the, basically 3 of the 4 rear windows to our house will be blocked by this addition and lose sunlight from this addition. I wish I had the opportunity to actually present. My definition of presentation was to be able to show some images because we prepared some things. I unfortunately can't show those to you, but page 9 of the presentation may be, it gives you a sense of the north wall, or page 9 of the proposal gives you a sense of the north wall and just how big it's going to be. It's going to triple the height of the extension that Kim just mentioned. And construction in its final form is also going to impact a tree that wasn't mentioned in the tree study. We have about a 13-year-old crabapple tree in our backyard, just a couple of feet from 358 Crawford and about 20 inches from the property line that's not mentioned in the tree study or shown in any of the photos. So that's a concern for us. It's going to cut into that. That tree bloomed for the first time this year, and it's just kind of coming into its own. So that's disappointing. The agent mentioned that the increase in floor space was not in keeping with the neighborhood, but I would argue that it is. A 50-something% increase without the benefit of new housing is not similar to 348 Crawford, nor is the sort of the roof line similar to 348 Crawford. I mentioned it, 348A Crawford, sorry. I mentioned that because the agent mentioned it. That's still a step down. So they have a sort of an attic space at the front of the house that they've boxed off that is in keeping with the rest of the street, but this will go all the way to the back of the house. So that's a concern. It's going to overshadow us. We're 17 feet wide, and this is 36 feet high. So that's one of our main concerns. So in terms of the 4-point test, the variance isn't minor, in our opinion. To increase in floor space without new dwellings is a problem. Triple the height of the rear extension is a problem. The proposal in terms of it being desirable and appropriate to the development and use of land in the building, there's a significant impact on our property. It's going to block sunlight to our kitchen. It's going to block sunlight to most of the places where I go to sit and take a break during the day or to take calls as I work from home. It's going to shade basically the entire rear yard where we've just built with that, some help from the city, built a pollinator garden that is sort of evolving for us. It's going to interfere with maintenance, with snow melt and drainage, we think. And for us, it's going to shade our roof. So it's going to prevent the opportunity to, say, put solar installations on our roof and on our flat roof or on the rear slope roof. The general intent and purpose of the city zoning guide and bylaws, I don't feel are maintained. Three-story extension is completely out of character with the neighborhood. Again, just because he mentioned it, 348A Crawford is not 3 stories high to the rear of the building. It's just not. We can see it from our house, and it is in keeping with the sort of valley that happens between Shaw and Crawford. This house will cut into the middle of that valley. Buildings are intended to fit with the property line and appropriate setbacks, and this doesn't do that. The floor space index is intended to preserve the scale of the neighborhood. That's not happening, and sidewall maximums are intended to be lower than the maximum height allowed. So yes, they may already be at 11 meters where their peak is, but that doesn't mean that it should be all the way across the length of the house, or at least to within 6 feet of the rear of the house. The general intent and purpose of the official plan, I don't feel is maintained.
Mr. Christie, your time is up. If you could wrap up, please.
Sure, I have 2 more bullets, that's it. I feel it would encroach on land use and enjoyment of our property way over to Kim's and folks at 356 who were hesitant to speak up. Negative impact on existing trees and gardens, negative impact on the quality of life, and it does not create new and affordable housing. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate what the committee's doing here.
Chair, can I just ask a quick question of the most recent speaker?
Yes, certainly.
You have an awful lot of concerns with respect to this proposal. Has the owner or anyone spoken with you about any of those concerns?
Yes, and they are the nicest neighbors. This is what makes this really challenging. They had us over a couple of weeks ago to tell us about their plan, or I guess maybe it was last week. They had us over recently to tell us about their plan. I understand they had the neighbor on the south side over, or they went over and visited the neighbor similarly. I think they were expecting a lot of support, and in the conversation in their living room, they were a little surprised when we started listing off our concerns. It was a friendly conversation. We took them into our backyard and showed them what the impacts would be. And there wasn't much response other than, and it was nighttime to be fair, there wasn't a whole lot of response other than, and that was the last time we really spoke to them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Applicant, can you respond to the comments from Kimberly and Don Christie?
I would like to, and I gotta agree, our clients, they are absolutely great and wonderful people. So the intent here is not to negatively impact our neighbors here. Let me speak to some of the main points regarding that were just brought up. Setbacks. So the proposed addition, yes, we are proposing to increase the sidewall and maximum building height, but to be fair, the neighboring property does step back. It's 1.5 meters setback at that point of the property. The existing, what else? Regarding in support of the neighbors, they did try to speak with multiple neighbors. They did get 2 letters of support. They had a couple other verbal support from the neighbor directly to the south. They do support the application. They have no objection, but by the time they made their decision, it wasn't enough time to get in any type of response formally into the city. Regarding crabapple tree, it is undersized when considering required tree protection, etc. We also don't believe that it will greatly negatively affect that tree. What else? Proximity to the two buildings and sunlight. I will say that there's only a short period of day. So the current structure obviously obstructs natural sunlight and casts shadows. But it is the majority of the sun comes from the east and the west. And so there is just midday a little bit of shadow and obstruction there. We find that to be minor, though. Lastly, I think I'll speak to the, what else? We had some of the other points that were mentioned regarding solar panels. Let's say we've got, you know, I don't know that it's so relevant at this hearing, but I mean, the existing site conditions wouldn't make that seem beneficial, and the upper portion of the roof would not be affected. So we're just talking about the little small portion of the roof. I think I think that's the, so in response, we lastly, I'd like to say that we tried to consider whether or not a redesign was appropriate. However, we felt that any scaling back of our proposed design would greatly negatively impact what our clients' needs are, and also not satisfying the neighbors' concerns. The concerns would be the same. Secondly would be that, you know, we were hoping for staff to either support or provide additional feedback. But again, our understanding is that they are in support, as many other applications have been supported. That would be my response, unless anybody has anything specific.
Okay. Panel, any questions? Yes, Sahir.
Just a couple of quick questions. From the side elevations, it appears that the third floor addition is set back. You've got a balcony with a proposed privacy fence, and then you've got the addition, so it's set back. I'm not quite sure what the distance would be, but that is set back, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
Is that correct? Yeah.
2.13 meters, I believe.
Okay. And the actual length of the addition at the second floor level is approximately 2 meters or thereabouts?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
The actual length of the addition at the second floor and the first floor level, that appears to be about 2 meters?
Yeah, I can clarify that. So, so first of all, we're not extending beyond the existing rear footprint. So we are building up on top of the main floor for the second floor addition, and that would extend about 4.65 meters from what's existing, I believe. Yes. And then the third floor, obviously squaring off and tying into the existing roof, I'd have to spend a little bit more time calculating that, but it's approximately 2.5 meters.
That's right. I just realized that the ground floor level, that's an existing piece. It's just second floor and third floor that are really the additions at the back.
Sorry?
At the ground floor level, your drawings indicate A11 indicates that that's existing. And then above that, that's a proposed addition. And then, of course, the third floor proposed addition.
Yes, part of the existing will be demolished for the proposed. So depending on, maybe I'm not completely understanding your question, but is there a page that you want to reference, or?
A11.
A11, okay. Yeah, okay.
So the ground floor.
On this elevation, yes, we are cutting further back, but again, from the floor plans, you can see that we've indicated there is existing, that we're adding on to as part of the proposed.
Thank you.
I should also comment on this side of the property is the south-facing elevation, which the neighbor is not opposed to our proposal, and they support what we're applying for.
Any further questions, panel? Any comments? We have a motion. Yes, Larry?
I'm happy to start, Chair. I don't know if my colleague will have views on this one, but first of all, I just wanted to acknowledge the comments from next door neighbor at 360. Those were very well thought out and very well presented, and we understand some of the concerns that you've raised, and the other speaker as well. Having said that, I don't find this application to be inappropriate given the context of the neighborhood, given the context of what type of work has been done in this neighborhood, and the fact that it's a building on top of the existing rear addition. While I appreciate that it does go up and it does, the blank wall will provide some sort of impact on the next door neighbor, it's not going out any further than that. And the fact that the third story is set back, I think, is good. And it does have 6-foot privacy screening on it. So I don't think that the proposal as a whole is unreasonable. I appreciate that it will have some impact on the next door neighbor, but in the context of the neighborhood and the type of work that we see in these kinds of situations, I don't think this is out of line. Again, most of the massing is to the rear. The front facade is being protected and preserved. I'm in support of this application.
Carl? You're muted, Carl.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry. For very much the same reason, I'm in support as well. The only question I have is, given the concerns of the owner to the north about the loss of sunlight and so forth, I'm wondering if the proposed 6-foot privacy screen on the north side of the third floor balcony is in fact a good idea in this case, and whether or not it would make sense to just have a regular balustrade in that location. It's as well intentioned as the privacy screen is, it's a further addition of a block to sunlight and so forth. And in this case, it might actually be reasonable to leave the screen off on the north side. I'm not suggesting there be a condition, because I think that's a consultation that could happen with the neighbor to the north. And if we don't call up the screening, then in fact there'd be the flexibility to leave it off if you wanted to. So I would second Larry's motion, but I wouldn't put in a condition about privacy screening.
I wasn't planning to put a condition in, so I think it was existing. So I like your idea. I just leave it as it is, Carl. And and I think the notion that they can discuss and resolve that to their mutual satisfaction, I think makes a lot of sense.
Okay, good.
Okay. Any further questions or comments, or do we have a motion?
I think I moved it, Chair.
Oh, you did?
I did.
Okay, we need a seconder.
Carl did.
Carl, okay. Carl did? You should wake me up, you guys. Okay, all in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, thank you, council. Have a great evening.
All right. I think this is moving on to the next batch. I think the number 35, I think it's a good time to take a 10-minute break.
You might want to grab a coffee, Don.
Yep. I don't drink coffee. Okay. come back at
I'm turning my screen off.
5:20.
Okay.
So do we know why Carl disappeared on us? So do you bike?
I bike. I live at, actually, I live probably a block south of the Pacific Avenue, I live at Hyde Park and Bloor.
So my grandchildren have bikes with thin tires. They're always concerned about the rain, and they don't ride in the wet weather.
I share that concern.
Do you have thin tires too?
I will admit I have to, I always have to have heightened caution when I'm biking along in downtown streets with streetcar tracks, because you always have to bike very
Yeah.
methodically, I guess you could say.
Or even walking across, we live at King and Bathurst, and walking across Bathurst Street at King is tracks, you got to be careful.
Yeah. I used to bike, because I grew up in Parkdale, so I'd have to bike up King to where it meets the Queensway and Queen Street and Rossensville.
Oh, yeah,
And
yeah.
that's, I think they call it a spaghetti intersection, because all the tracks, there's like 32 different tracks all in one. And yeah, I've taken a few trips to the hospital because of that. But I made it to my exam in time though, so that was good. Then I had to go to the ER after my exam. Priorities. Like which class was it? I think it was like a history class. Oh.
Okay. All right. Number 35, 88.5 BOULTBEE Avenue. The purpose of this application is to legalize and to maintain the existing one-story ancillary building in the rear yard that was constructed without the benefit of a building permit. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, correspondence in support from 88, 120, 136, 138, and 90 BOULTBEE, and interest and concern from 1 Bootheroyd, well, 2. Well, actually, they're the same person, but just, okay. Mr. Murchison?
Hi, good evening to the committee. Good evening, Mr. Chair. My name is Max Murchison, and I represent the homeowner. I'm on behalf of the homeowner for this application.
Yes, and can we have your address, sir?
Yes, I represent the homeowner's property address 88.5 BOULTBEE Avenue.
Yeah, what's your address, sir?
Our address is 364 Supertest Road in Toronto.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything you want to say to the panel
Yes.
before I take it into committee? We don't need a presentation, sir.
Yes, so as you understand, we're seeking for 2.63% extra for the existing ancillary building. We are supported by a bunch of neighbors, and I will be more than happy to answer your questions if necessary.
Okay, I just want to clarify, the requested variance that I have in front of me is the ancillary building covers 7.59% of the lot area, as opposed to the permitted coverage is 5%, and I thought you said 7.63 or something like that.
Yes, so I can explain that. So what happened was we have two different zoning notices. The reason for that is because the first zoning notice was done based on original survey, which was old. So we had to renew the survey, which was submitted to the committee as well. And based on the new survey, we had to have another zoning review. And this final zoning review showed that we are looking for 2.63%. So going from 5%, 9.34 square meters, and the proposed the variance for proposed 7.63, which is 14.26 square meters.
Well, our notice says 7.59%, but it does say 14.26 square meters. So is this the notice? Is this the notice, Sabrina?
No, it's the letter. You know what, sir? I am really, really sorry. It was my letter, and I think I made a mistake with the numbers there.
Yes.
Yes, you're correct.
Sorry,
It's
through you, Mr.
7.59.
Chair, I'm looking at the zoning review right now, and I can confirm it says 7.59%
Yes.
of the lot area, which is 14.26 square meters.
Okay, so what we have is correct?
Yes.
All right.
Yes,
thank
sir.
you. All right, panel, do you have any questions? Yes, Carl? Carl? You're muted, Carl.
My mistake, sorry. Is the 7.6 something percent that was discussed, is that what actually exists, or is that just a mathematical error? Because if that's what actually exists, then we can't deal with the variance.
No, it's
Yes, no, no, no.
7.59%. We clarified it.
Okay, I
was
don't
reading-
have,
I was
I don't have
reading
any
from my letter.
concerns there. Okay, I don't have any concerns with this then.
Okay.
That's fine. thanks.
Larry?
No, just wanted to get some sense. I read in some of the correspondence that this was going to be used for an office. Is that what it is, or is it a storage shed?
It's so I'll tell you what. It's a storage shed that the client, because our client worked from home every once in a while, and they actually put a desk in there, and they're actually using it sometimes to pretty much work from it. But it is not heated. It has no bathroom. At the end of the day, it is a storage shed. That's what we saw, and that's what we pretty much used it for, just an ancillary building. But I'm sure that having a desk in the storage and work from it every once in a while to take meetings, I didn't think it's a big problem for the application.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. If nobody has any further questions, do we have a motion? Yes, Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move approval of the application. I notice that there's a fair degree of support, and the one letter of concern has been withdrawn. So there's no one in opposition. I would like to, it's unfortunate this was built without appropriate approvals. I would like to add a condition that there be no plumbing and that the building is not to be used for dwelling, as a dwelling. Which is consistent with, I think, what we said earlier in a day on a very similar application.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Yes, Larry? All right, all in favor?
Sorry, it's through you, Mr. Chair, no heating, no plumbing, right? And no dwelling unit?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think Carl said heating, but I think.
I didn't say heating. I didn't see a problem with just heating. I think the
Yes, I
larger
wanted to
was
ask that
plumbing.
too.
Okay, so
Sorry,
it's just
okay.
plumbing
Yes, okay,
and
thank
no
you.
dwelling unit.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, did everybody vote in favor? Okay. Do you have your
Thank you very
approval,
much.
sir? Thank you.
Thank you very much. You guys have a great night. Take care.
All right, thank you. Number 36, 43 McGee Street. Purpose of the application to alter the existing one-story townhouse by constructing a rear one-story addition, a complete second-story addition, and a third-story addition with a rooftop deck. Also to reconstruct the front porch. With this application, we have Materials submitted by the applicant and a report from Urban Forestry. Mr. D'Oliveira.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Mike D'Oliveira. I'm here representing 43 McKee Street. I'm with Replacement Design located at 911 Davenport Road.
Okay, do you have anything you want to say to the panels, Mr. D'Oliveira, before we take it into committee?
Certainly, I'll just be brief. We did submit 4 letters in support. 3 of those were uploaded yesterday and 1 was uploaded this morning, so I understand they wouldn't be necessarily part of what you have in front of you at the moment, but they were letters from the surrounding neighbors, so we do have a letter of support from 45 on the left-hand side and 41 on the right, including letters from neighbors across the street and 47. So there is neighborhood support. The neighbors who would be most affected by our application being the ones that our additions abut right up to are in support and have no concerns at this time. Our variances are also in line with similar approvals in the neighborhood. 45, 47 McGee both received approvals for FSI, much larger than what we're asking with 1.27 on similar sized lots, and we're asking for 1.12. Our building depth and setbacks are all in line with the existing conditions of the home. The current house is actually at the same building depth, 18.46. We're just kind of building up on that for our second floor. And the front yard setback is matching the existing front porch enclosure, but since we've opened that up now in our new proposal, we don't really get that acceptance to the front yard setback. Opening any questions you might have.
Yes, Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could we look at the, hold on one second, Z9, drawing Z9 and drawing Z10 for a second? On drawing Z9, the suggestion is that there is a deck that extends around the den just on the front of the building. So it extends on the west side and the north side, but then it stops at the termination of the den, which would indicate that the flat roof at the back isn't a problem for privacy. If you go to the next drawing, which is drawing Z10, it indicates that there is the den, which has a flat roof, and then there's a deck below at the front and a deck below at the back as well. So what was originally just noted as a flat roof on the drawing of the floor below is noted as a deck in this drawing. So I'd like to get some clarification of the extent of the deck that you're proposing.
The deck is proposed to be as per Z9. I believe that label there should have actually just been removed for the upper portion, but it is going to end in line as shown on Z9. If you look at the side elevations of the home, you'll see the roof at the 2-story portion is a bit lower there. We haven't accounted for any kind of guards or anything, so there is no plan to extend the deck into that portion. It's just going to end at that third floor.
There's no privacy and overlook concerns from that deck that goes on the north and on the west, is there? Because it just goes out to the street and it really isn't interfering with anyone. Am I correct?
That's correct. And as I mentioned, we have support letters from those 2 neighbors.
So you wouldn't have any difficulty with the condition that said that the extent of the deck is to be as shown on drawing Z9?
That would be acceptable, yes.
All right, thanks a lot.
All right. Larry?
Thanks, Chair. This is Mike, this is a pretty dramatic change to this house relative to, I guess, the rows that go to the right of it. I'm just trying to put what you're proposing into context with what is there. The house immediately, if you face it to the right, I don't know which direction it is, seems to have an addition in the rear that goes up, I think, 1 story. Is that? I don't think it's on the drawings, guys. You have to look at Google to see what I'm referring to. I'm just trying to get a sense of how this. Yeah, thank you. That's perfect. The house to the right has had also an addition, looks like, put onto the rear. How does this proposal relate to that?
So in terms of the kind of section of homes here, houses to the left of the view you're looking at right now were similar kind of one-story bungalows previously that were all attached back in 2015. About 3 of those were demolished and reconstructed as new row houses that are 3 stories tall.
Right.
And they all kind of match the same front yard setback that we have currently with the lower portion. And that's what we're kind of continuing on with our second floor as well. So those are kind of all brand new houses built towards the left. The right-hand side, as you mentioned, there is a bit of an addition there. I'm just trying to get a better look here from the photos we have, but it's essentially, as you mentioned, 2-story rear addition from the peak of the current roof straight up. So our third floor, our second floor will kind of go in line with that, just a little bit deeper towards the rear, because we're going right to the end of our existing versus theirs was a little bit set back. But yeah, our second floor will kind of line up there, and our third floor will kind of go a little bit beyond that. But overall, we're not really going to be any taller than the buildings to the left hand side that are all brand new as well.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I wasn't sure if your third story lined up with the house to the right's addition, but it lines up with your second story. Is that right? About right?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell without copies of their drawing specifically, but their overall peak, I think, is going to be more or less in line with the mid of our third floor.
Okay. And there's, I mean, these are kind of unique little rows that along there, so there's no particular significance to those. They don't look like they're like 1800s built kind of thing.
No, we haven't had any concerns brought up from any other city departments here. I don't believe there's any kind of historical significance to the homes in this area, but that had been brought up, so we shouldn't have any issues there proceeding.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Do we have a motion? Sahir? Sahir, you must be muted.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I think it's a fairly straightforward application. I don't think there are any conditions attached. And judging by the neighboring property that's been similarly renovated, I think this one would be quite in keeping with it. So I have no concerns about, I believe there's forestry condition number 1, but outside of that, I don't believe there are any other conditions. So I'd be happy to move approval.
Would you consider a friendly amendment here that the extent of the rooftop deck is to be as shown on drawing Z9?
Perfect, yes.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Carl, are you seconding? Okay, all
Yes.
in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Number 37, 16 Craven Road. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing 2-story front, side, and rear additions with rear ground floor stairs. Also to construct a secondary suite within the basement with a south basement entrance. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and in opposition from 619 Craven Road. Miss Evangelista.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members. Ida Evangelista on behalf of the owner of 617 Craven.
Can we have your address, please?
Yes, 53 Bentworth Avenue, Toronto, M6A, 1 Peter 5.
Okay, so we need a presentation from you because we have some opposition.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So the application that you have in front of you is for an addition alteration to the existing single-family dwelling. So this particular home The front faces west, the rear faces east, and we have a grade separation from the front of the house to the rear of the house of approximately 1.95 meters. The rear alone, from the rear wall to the rear lot line, there's a difference of 1.1 meters. So what we're asking for, so this application will result in no change to the physical character of the neighborhood, as the proposed addition alteration is consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. Furthermore, given the streetscape of the neighborhood, this will not be uncharacteristic. There are many homes in this neighborhood that have done what we are proposing. We do maintain the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw as the proposed front yard setback, we are asking for a variance. However, it will not disrupt the front yard pattern because, as we know and as you can see, that this is consistent with the front yards of the area. And our existing, this is now a better situation because our existing front yard setback is 0.62. So we are changing because we have changed the entrance to the home to the side door on the south side. The front facade, now variance number 2, where it states that the secondary suite wall to the front main wall that faces the street, we are not putting an additional door, but we have changed the front facade. We have enhanced it. We have added a bay window. So, and that's why we are asking for that variance, and that's how that comes up. We do have a secondary suite as it's being interpreted by zoning. However, this is something that they have older children, and this is, you know, an area for them to grow into and be a part of. As we all know, it's hard for young people to have homes today. So what we're proposing again is characteristic with the neighborhood. The variances, they are desirable development for the property. This application allowing us addition, alteration, and while you know, we are continuing to reinforce the physical character of the neighborhood. It is, I will add that it is minor in nature, as this application is minor. Our overall height, our overall height is 8.31. It's well below the permitted 10 meters. Our main wall height is 7.30, which is well below the permitted 7.5 meters. And we are asking also for a rear yard setback. However, this is existing. We are lining up with the existing rear wall of the home, and that's why that has triggered that variance. Our length on the south side is 14.23, and on the north it's 14.21, which again, I will add is very, we're being very sensitive, and it's very gradual to what is permitted in this neighborhood. So on this, I will add that this is a gradual. This is a gradual form of intensification for this particular area, for this home, and I am open to any questions that you may have.
Ms. Evangelista, I just want to clarify what you said with respect to a secondary suite. Most of the secondary suites or additional dwelling units that we see are for rental purposes. But I understood from what you said that this is not for rental purposes, but it's been defined by planning as a secondary suite. Is that correct?
It has been defined by a secondary suite because there is an additional kitchen in the basement, but it's all for their own purpose. Okay. But because there is a kitchen in the basement, because Mr. Chair, members, there is no second entrance to the front of the home, so it is all for the family themselves.
Okay, thank you. Panel, any further questions? Okay, let's move on to Debbie Harris.
Debbie, you've been unmuted.
Okay. I believe you have a letter from me.
All right, so Ms. Harris, could you tell us your name, give us your name and your address, please?
Debbie Harris, 619 Craven Road.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm concerned with the addition to the back of the house. Currently, there's a one-level, one-story room at the back, but they are proposing to make the addition at the back 2 stories. I have 4 south-facing windows, and this will definitely affect the amount of light into my house, as well as a view. Natural light it's very important to me because I'm a weaver. So I am concerned about, I'll be looking, all my 4 windows, I'll be looking onto walls. Whereas right now I can see trees and sky and backyards. I just feel it'll affect the quality of my life in my home.
Okay, panel, do you have any questions? All right, thank you. Sajni Kara and Saba Lightfoot.
Hi, yes, my name is Sajni Kara. I am the neighbor at 615 Craven Road. We have a few items for clarity, and we haven't heard from the contractor or the agents of the neighbors about the plans regarding this variance that has been presented during this committee meeting today. I'll just list them, and hopefully they can address these questions while on this call today. But our questions include, in front of the new front entrance and patio on the side, will the front area in front of that patio be used as a parking spot? The previous owner used to park their car in that space, and it did not give us room to bring in garbage or cycling, even though that part had part of that space is on our property line. This is also our only entrance into our backyard. On the other side of our house, there's no space for us to walk to our backyard. So just want to get some clarity on if this is going to be used as a parking spot in the future. My second question is about drainage. So knowing that our property is south of 617 Craven Road, we want to ensure that that drainage is properly disposed of and not being sent directly into our property and into our foundations. So just want to know what the solution is there, if there's going to be a drainage pit involved in the construction of this property to ensure that there's no further damage to our dwelling that has that is below south of the hill. The last question is in regards to the fence. So we currently have a shared fence. So we're wondering what's going to happen to that in the short term, what's going to happen to that during construction, and where will the new fence be added between the properties going forward. It's quite a long fence, and want to ensure that there is a plan to kind of replace that fence as well.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Evangelista.
Hi, Mr. Yes. Okay, as for the parking spot, no, I don't believe that will be used as a parking spot because that will be their side entrance, right? So the entry point at 617 has now moved from the front of the house to the side of the house. You'll see on elevation, on the west elevation. So that will not allow for a parking spot. It's approximately 2 meters. So that'd be quite tight. Drainage. As we know, all drainage is to be maintained on our own property. So once we go to building permit stage, we have to submit a grading and drainage plan, and the buildings department has to be satisfied that all drainage, all water will be maintained on our own property. If they feel at any time that that cannot take place, then they will deal with it accordingly, be it by a soak pit or some French drainage type of thing. So, but that will be addressed, and that's looked at very, very carefully. The fence. So the fence will be maintained. What I can do, I did knock on the door of 615. Unfortunately, nobody was home. But what I will do is I will have, be it either the owner or the builder, meet with the owners of 615, and we can have a conversation about the fence and just, make sure that should anything happen to it, that they are responsible to replace it. Replace, repair, and I would suggest photos be taken.
So, Ms. Evangelista.
I believe I have.
Yeah. So
yeah.
Those are the concerns of Ms. Kara. What about Ms. Harris?
And I was just, yes. So with 619, so the house right now that we are proposing is 8.31 meters in overall height. It's actually lower than what sits on the property right now. I do understand there is the addition at the rear of the property that is a one-story. The rear of the property is east facing, which does receive, and it's that corner that she is mentioning is southeast. So it will maintain in the summer months, spring, summer, fall, will give good light. We are, we're not extending beyond her house. We're not creating a large main wall height. We're keeping within. They have been very sensitive to the neighboring properties. So I will maintain that, there will still be a lot of light in the rear of the property, but there are also trees in the rear of the properties, along with some structures behind us. And the homes behind us, they're elevated. So that's where we go from, we have an elevation at the rear of our property, and then it goes up to the rear lot line of 1.1 meters. So the homes behind us, I believe, will be more of a hindrance. I believe I've addressed any concerns of the neighbors, if the members have any questions.
Yeah, panel, do you have any questions? Okay, do you have any comments? Do we have a motion? Larry?
Yeah, sure, Chair, thanks. I'll take a crack at it. I understand the concerns raised by the neighbor next door, but I noticed that most of the addition and the reconstruction work is happening on the other side. So I don't really think that there is going to be a significant additional negative impact on the neighbors. Craven Road is a very eclectic road. It obviously doesn't have any houses on the other side, but even on the side where there are houses, there is quite a range of and mix of type of housing on it. So it is a street that lends itself to change, and I thought the proposal before us was a relatively modest change, and will be an improvement for the house on this strip. So I'm comfortable with it, and I'm happy to move a motion to approve.
Okay. Sahir, do you second the motion?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you. Number 38, 56 Pauline Avenue. Purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 1-story addition with a rear deck and a rear 2nd-story terrace, also to maintain the basement secondary suite. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. Ms. Denegri.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. We need your name and
yes.
your address again for the record.
That's fine. My name's Maria Denegri of Denegri Bathside Studio. I'm located at 1088 Bathurst Street. I am acting as the agent for the homeowners.
Okay, so I don't think we need a presentation from you. Do you have anything you want to say to the panel before we go into committee?
No, I think if the panel read my statements, then they will know that although there are no letters of support registered on the file, my client did share the drawings and spoke to both her immediate neighbors about our proposed addition, and both expressed no concerns.
Thank you. Panel, any questions? We have a motion. Carl?
Mr. Chairman, I'm assuming the applicant won't have any difficulty with this. I think this is a reasonable proposal.
I was looking at.
Sorry?
Go ahead. I don't know
I think
what that was.
I think it's a reasonable proposal. I think that the variances are again reasonable, and the way in which the building is masked is sympathetic to the neighborhood. I would like to suggest that there be 1.5 meter opaque screening on the north and south edges of the 2nd floor deck. It's a substantial deck, and it does need some sort of screening. I would like to comment on variance number 3, where the stairs are 3.24 meters wide, and as the applicant has indicated, and I agree with her, what the owners want to do is use the stairs basically as seating, which I think makes all the sense in the world. I have no difficulty at all in moving approval of this application. I think it's an asset for the community.
Okay, just tell us what your condition is. Just
screening the north and the south edges of the 2nd floor deck.
Okay, no other conditions?
No.
Okay, thank you. Seconder? Is he here? All in favor? Have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too. Okay, now we go to number 39, 1305 Queen Street East. And the purpose of this application is to convert the existing 3-story building containing 1 dwelling unit into a 2-unit residential building by constructing a rear 3-story addition with a 3rd-story rear walkout deck. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, a report from planning, and opposition from 5 Agnes Lane. Stefan LeBlanc?
Yes, this is me.
Yes. Can we have your name and address for the record?
I'm Stefan LeBlanc from 18 Gloucester Lane with Stefan LeBlanc Architects. I'm the applicant for the project.
Okay. So we need your presentation because we have quite a bit of opposition.
We have 1 opposition, do we, or are there other members as well?
We have 5 people who want to speak.
Understood. So the existing property on this lot is a three-story it's a single-family dwelling. It's a fairly old building. It would have been built at some point with retail on the ground floor and residential for the rest of the building. It was converted, or there was a change of use permit back in 2006, I believe, to remove the commercial aspect of this building. So it's no longer a mixed-use building. It's a single-family dwelling. That was permitted back in at that time before in the old zoning bylaw, but it's not in the 2013 bylaw. In a commercial residential zone, a single family dwelling is not a permitted residential use. Now, what we're proposing to do, what my client would like to do, is build an addition to this lot. It's a very long, narrow lot, and add a second dwelling there for her mother and her partner. And the goal would be for this to be two dwellings that are shared by two generations, a family. There is also, I have to say, there is a possibility that this could be, that my client is using the front building as a rental right now. The way it's designed is designed as a multi-generational home, but the mindset that it could potentially be, the front building could be converted to a separate separated and it's converted to a separate dwelling is there. That's something that we're keeping in mind. The variances that we're asking for is for one to allow the existing dwelling on the site as a legal non-conforming use. We're asking for, by building an addition to that, we're actually asking for an extension of that non-conforming use. And we're also asking for an addition of a second dwelling. So variance number one is for the extension of the existing non-conforming use, and the variance number two is for the adding a second dwelling. In this zoning, there's only two types of residential use that's possible. One is either as a mixed-use building that has a commercial and a residential combined, or as an apartment building, which is 5 units or more. It's also important to note that in this very specific area, townhouses are not an allowed use. So that's not something that would be, I mean, we don't have a lot for it, but that's not something that we could apply for anyway. And the third minor variance is in the connecting corridor between the two buildings. We would like to add a small window to add some light into that part of the building. It's 2.3 meters from the lot line, but according to zoning, that it would need to be 5.5 meters from the lot line. So that window would be looking towards the east. And it's, it's looking towards the townhouses, and the townhouses on that side, all the ground floors are all garages. So it's not and this window would be on the ground floor of our building. So I don't think it's really an overlook issue as far as I'm concerned, but that's also, that variance for us is not the most important one. We're really trying to find a permission to get the second dwelling. It's important to note that none of the variances we're asking for in terms of we're not asking for anything larger than what's allowed as of right. We're actually building something quite smaller. So if my client was willing to put a commercial use back into this building, she could build a much larger building and make it a mixed use building. Or if she was willing to do 5 dwelling units, she could build an apartment building that's up to 14 meters tall and could be 4 stories. So that's not at all the intent. My client really likes the existing building on the front, the heritage quality of it, even though it's not a heritage designated building. It is a charming building, and wants to build a second dwelling that can face the back of the laneway, and there's a park, a municipal sort of in-lot municipal park that's back there. So I think having a building that faces that as well, it's essentially similar to a laneway dwelling in a residential property. We've reviewed this we've been in discussions with community planning with this. We haven't heard any objections to what we're proposing. I've read the letter that Mr. Dewars posted, and we've been corresponding quite a bit over the last couple days in terms of trying to answer a lot of his questions. I'm not sure that I've addressed all of his concerns, but I hope we've been able to answer some of his questions in terms of what we're proposing. But essentially, if what we're really asking for is to allow for 2 dwelling units in a zoning that doesn't really support that. It would support 5 dwelling units. So we're actually really asking, in a way, for permission to have less density than what is actually required on the site. don't know if there's anything else that I should add. I do think that there's also precedence on this block. It's also important to note that there's a few projects that are going ahead on this block, large condominium buildings that in terms of setting precedents, would clearly set precedents for this. At 1235 Queen Street East, which is only 3 doors to the west, there's a project under construction right now that's 7 stories and would add 76 dwelling units. It also has 4 new townhouses facing that same laneway that we're looking at. There's a condominium on to the east on the next block that has added 8 townhouses on the block, the same way we're looking on the lane, the same way we're looking to do. And there's 2 more condominiums, one a 7-story and an 8-story, who have received zoning approval on this very same block, again towards the west. One at the corner of Leslie and Queen, and the other one is at 1249. So we think what we're proposing is a reasonable densification of the property. We're not asking for any variances in terms of what's allowed for size, massings, lot coverage, or anything like that. We're simply asking for a variance in terms of what the use can be for this property.
Thank you, Mr. LeBlanc. Dan Goldstein.
Dan Goldstein, you've been unmuted.
Hi there. Thank you for letting me speak here. I guess for the record, my name is Dan Goldstein. I live at 9 Agnes Lane. I'm in the...
Yeah, may we hear your concerns, sir?
Okay, yep, absolutely. So I prepared a brief statement that I'll read through. So I guess to start with, it's understandable that the investors behind 1305 are looking to increase the value and return on investment of the property. I don't see how it can be compared to the other developments in the area in terms of adding density or value. The larger developments certainly are bringing a lot of people in the neighborhood, and this will be just for one additional family. If the development were to move forward, it would completely block the sunlight of the residents on Agnes Lane with the addition of the 3rd story. Currently, the building to the to the west of the property are only 2 stories, so we'll be topping it up an extra 10 feet. It would greatly diminish the green space adjacent to the park and not visible to the residents of Agnes Lane. For some reason, the plans make mention of 2 trees that will be affected, but in reality, when walking by the property, you can see that there's 5 trees that will either need to be significantly cut back or removed, including the protected tree on 1303 Queen East. And to Mr. LeBlanc's point, if a development of 4 stories were to go forward, I don't see how the trees could survive in any condition whatsoever. This development will add to the congestion of the laneways during construction and afterward once completed, especially if a side entrance from our private laneway into the yard is permitted. That in itself may actually add liability to the homeowners of Agnes Lane as it's a private lane. The development, from speaking to our realtor, this development will limit the prospects for the area and likely diminish the value of our homes, especially in these precarious times in the market. And I think, to put this development in the same category as the George and Poet condo projects is a misrepresentation. I don't think this adds any value to the neighborhood, really, aside to the owners of 1305 Queen East. That's all I got. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any questions, panel? All right. Brendan Huco.
Thank you. Brendan Huco speaking. I'm the owner of 1303 Queen Street East. I do have a great relationship with Raquel, the applicant. I've been aware for plans for this development for quite some time. I know it's something that, she holds quite close to her personally in regards to the use for it. My only concern, and it probably echoes a little bit from what was just shared, is the size of the development. And her plans is much more significant, much larger than kind of what I had envisioned for a single laneway housing. She's essentially looking to develop the entire property outside of a small portion. So my concern is, what does that do for my backyard? And my views, my sunlight for my tenants, that are there currently commercial, obviously, so not a huge concern for them. But if it was ever to go back to a single dwelling residential, which it could, considering my tenants are cannabis retailers, and that space is obviously taking a bit of a beating right now, it would completely decimate, you know, the appeal of my building, the value of my building to a future buyer or future renter. Furthermore, there are a couple of trees shared on our joint boundary lines that I fear planning on being removed, but I've never agreed to have those removed. So if they're shared and they're on a property line between the two of us, I would have hoped that there would have been some sort of consultation in regards to that, because I know I had to pay a fee to the city when we did our renovations in regards to removing green space and having to pay that park levy tax. So I'm not sure if that is something that would come into play here, but I obviously wouldn't be interested in sharing the burden of that cost for removing any trees that fall on both of our property lines. So that essentially speaks to my concerns. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? All right, Jeff Dewar.
Okay, but I'm unmuted now. Yeah, my name is Jeff Dewar. I live in, first of all, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great, thanks. Thanks for letting me speak. I live at number 5 Agnes, which faces directly, as do all of our townhouses here, face directly onto the property you mentioned here. I have, yes, had lots of communication with Stefan, and he has answered a lot of my concerns. My issue was another one would be where would be the main entrance for this addition? And he has said the plans say it's coming in from the south end of the property, which is actually where the garage is. So I'm less concerned at this point, but the lot coverage to me seems to be really large, because the new project and the existing building are going to be linked together. So in my view, it's one building at this point. The purpose of the building, I think, is admirable. It's terrific. I do see down the road it becoming a rental property, though. But otherwise, I don't have any other complaints, as long as our private laneway doesn't get used for access into 1305. And there is a fence. I should mention there's a fence along the borderline. So that issue with the window that the Steph had mentioned, I mean, quite honestly, we wouldn't really be looking at it. But the thing is, the fence is in pretty bad shape, so it would have to be replaced. So I'm relatively happy, and that's about all I'll say right at the moment. Thanks very much for listening to me.
Thank you. Peter Tierney.
For your time today. My sentiments are very much aligned with Dan. My name is Peter Tierney.
So, Mr. Tierney, can we have your name and your address for the record, please?
Yep, my name is Peter Tierney. I live at 7 Agnes Lane, right in the middle of the townhomes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so my concerns are the same as my neighbor Dan, who's my direct neighbor. Essentially, you can imagine that we'll be, especially myself and the neighbors directly across me, we'll be looking at a massive wall within 5 meters of our front door. Where today we have greenery, we have sunlight, we have access to see blue sky. We have our living room and our spare bedroom, or our bedroom windows facing that way. The amount of light we're going to lose throughout midday and evening is basically going to create this tunnel in our laneway of no light. So devaluing of the property, I could see, I mean, if this was the condition when I was purchasing, I probably would not have purchased. We do like the sunlight. It's the only light we get. We don't get any light in our backyard today because there's a building behind there. So the front is the only light we really get within our homes. And I'm not sure if I really want to look at a 14, 15-foot wall, or actually larger than that, all day long from my only windows in my home. So that's my concern. It's property value, it's sunlight, and I'm not sure what the owner meant about putting in a four-story town or a four-story apartment building. Obviously, I appreciate them trying to reduce their capabilities, but I would probably have to fight against that as well. I mean, it makes it quite, it just reduces our living quality for sure. And my sentiments are with Dan, our neighbor.
Okay, thank you, sir. And Rutha Simon?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Amrutha Simon. I live at 11 Agnes Lane, right next to Mr. Goldstein. So I have a few kind of questions that I'd like addressed. One thing to note, I think this was kind of mentioned, our laneway is a private laneway. So one of my concerns is accessing our laneway. A number of times with other construction around our house, we've had people accessing our laneway for other construction, and they haven't received, we haven't given consent to that. Around the corner, as mentioned, there's a major construction project going on. It's a 6-story construction right now, and it's blocking up a significant portion of Memory Lane.
All right, Ms. Simon, we have no mandate with respect to construction issues. We're only here to deal with these the 3 variances.
Okay, so let's see. On well, my question is, if they're constructing here, will they need access to our laneway? Because right now, Memory Laneway is blocked.
I don't know, and even if I knew, we can't do anything about it.
Okay. In terms of the fencing, like Jeff had mentioned, it is kind of falling over right now. It seems like there might be removing that fence, I'm guessing, if they're going to be wanting to put a window in. So it's on the ground floor, but it's still a concern to me of what that visibility is like for us if we do want to enjoy the front part of our houses. It's a very tight laneway, and it's already getting a lot of light blocked, as others have stated. So having a 3-story building right in front would block it even further. There is no street lighting on our street right now. So we already kind of have concerns about the amount of lighting during the nighttime and safety of the residents who access our laneway just coming home. So another question, I guess, is how will that impact our lighting even at nighttime, not just during the daytime, because we're relying on the lighting on the laneway and on Queen Street. So how will that block out? And also my concern is about water drainage. Right now it's looking like they're taking up 2/3 of the green space that is existing in that backyard and putting in construction there. A couple of years ago we had issues with lakeshore flooding, and that was a concern for us because we do have a drain at the south side of our laneway, and that almost overflowed. So lately we've been getting a lot of the concerns about in the future are flash flooding. So what are they going to be doing with the limited green space that they have there in this proposed plan to prevent water from pouring out into our laneway onto our property and potentially affecting our property that way? And those are my concerns.
Right. Thank you. Mr. LeBlanc?
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. Let me start with a number of the owners of that the residents of Agnes Lane have raised this as an issue. We clearly understand that Agnes Lane is a series of private property. None of what we're proposing would require access from there. I didn't show it on the plans. I was trying to keep them a bit simple, but the fence that's there, we would rebuild the fence between the lane and the yard aspect of this in our property. So that's clearly understood. And we're looking at construction in a way, and we've been developing a way to kind of build the walls internally and not have to have access from the laneway, from the small lane, access lane. We understand not only is that a private laneway, it's also the way that all these residents come in and out of their garages every day. So the idea, even if we had permission that we would be able to use that space, even during construction, to us didn't seem feasible. So we've been looking at methods, and we have developed systems to be able to build these walls from inside the property. So there's no plans to be any access from Agnes Lane, and we were accessing the building either from Queen Street on the sidewalk, or from, as Jeff Doerr would have said, from the garage on Memory Lane, which is a public lane on the south side. I don't want to be, I mean, I clearly understand that building this building on this site will have an impact. Probably the people who will be the most impacted will be the owners of the townhouses, because these properties are narrow, they're tight. We're building fairly close to where they are, even though we're building on our lot. We have, we've tried to do as much as we could to this shape of this massing to reduce the impact on the owners of the Agnes Lane townhouses. We've kept the height as low as we can make it. The height of the addition in the back, according to the city, needs to be the same height as the building in the front, and that's what sets the height of the back. We initially had it lower, but they came back with a comment that we had to match the roof height of the existing building. We've set back the third floor and the front and back to allow for a little bit more light to come through. And we've also, the connecting passage between the two buildings is, I mean, first of all, we've separated the buildings. We also made the connecting passage 1 story only. And again, to try to let as much light as we can through there. In addition, that 1 story connection is pushed to the west side of the property, away from Agnes Lane. So again, to try to maintain as much light as we can. But it's important to note that what we're proposing is well below what is allowed to this property as of right. There's an existing height limit of 14 meters. We're going just over 10 meters. There's an FSI of 2.5 meters. Our FSI proposed is 1.87. So there is the right to build quite a bit bigger than we are building, even though I completely understand that this is not pleasant to owners of the townhouses who've been enjoying the greenery and the open lot of that my client owns. It's also important to note that these are narrow lots. This lot and 1303 they're 13 feet wide or 12 feet wide. The building at 1301 Queen Street in the back is a tall 2-story warehouse building that is about the same height as what we're proposing. So we're building a wall, but it's also, even if we weren't building this, there is a pretty solid wall not too far away. So the impact, I think, is not negligible, but it's also not like we're completely stealing the view. There's still going to be light coming through. So I think we've tried to do what we could to mitigate that. The comment, again, I think it was Peter who said, I'm just going to clarify, as of right, there could be this property and any property in the zoning is allowed to have an apartment building. That's without having to go to the committee. It's without having to, you can go straight to a building permit. So an apartment building is defined as 5 residential units or more. So if someone, even if it's not my client, someone were to buy this property and wanted to build an apartment building and can find a way to fit it within the 2.5 FSI, they could build a building that has 5, just as of right. That's that. So in a way, what we're asking for is to be able to put 2 dwelling units instead of 5. The trees, Brendan had mentioned this, and Dan also mentioned this. We've got 3 trees on our property according to the recent survey that we've done, and there's like trees large enough to be noted on a survey. One that's on the shared property line between 1303 and 1305. Neither of those three trees are actually protected trees. The diameter of the trunk is too small, and they're indicated on the plan. There is one protected tree on 1303. It is on the west side of 1303, and the distance between that tree and our construction zone is far enough to not require a tree protection zone. But I'm sure if that's a concern, I'm sure my client would be willing to discuss with 1303 means to make sure that tree is protected. And again, I think also the removal of the private tree that's on shared property would have to be a discussion between the two owners. It's before it happens.
Mr. LeBlanc, your
Yep.
time is up. If you could just wrap up.
I think the other thing too to mention that there's mentions of investors and development. I mean, it is developing a lot, but the rear building is for my clients' parents who've moved in from Austin, Texas, and are looking for a place to stay. So, the front building. I mean, the idea is it could be a multi-generational home. I'm not going to deny the fact that in the future the front building could return or come back as a rental building as it currently is. But the rear is meant for the family. And we're designing it that way. We've been working for over a year and trying to develop a scheme that can work.
All right, thank you. Any questions, panel? Okay. Do we have any comments? We have a motion. Sit here.
Just a couple of questions, comments rather. I was looking at the side elevation. I believe it's the east side elevation. And what I do note is that notwithstanding the concerns that people in Agnes Lane have with regard to light, there is a separation between the old structure and the new one, as our agent indicated. And the building is stepped back, both second level, third level, at both ends. So I think, as he has indicated, as of right, they could build a much larger structure. And just a few doors down from this property, I believe there's a new construction site. I'm not sure exactly what's going on there, but presumably it's going to be a pretty large structure. I think this application is quite reasonable. And given that it's going to be for family use, I think I do not have any concerns with it. I don't see any conditions attached. So it's from my perspective, it's a supportable application.
All right. Any further comments, or do we have a motion? Sit here. Do you want to bring a motion?
Certainly. Thank you, Chair. I'll bring forth a motion. I think, as I said, I've listened carefully to all the concerns, but I think this is a reasonable, as a right proposal. I'd like to move motion to approve and without any conditions.
Would you consider a friendly amendment of, excuse me, of screening along the east side of the third floor deck on the new addition? I don't know how else to describe it. There's a very large deck on the south end of the building, on the east side of that deck.
Yes, I think that would be quite appropriate.
So before we vote on that, so I was thinking the same thing, Carl, but the concerns of the townhouse owners were about light,
sunlight,
and loss of it. And I wonder if we require higher screening, are we affecting the light worse, making the light conditions worse than they are already? I thought the same thing, but I was going to leave it alone for that reason.
I wonder if we could ask for a translucent screen, in which case the light could go through it.
I think that would be better, because I mean, that's one of the concerns of the owners, right? And I don't think we want to make it any worse.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm fine with translucent.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Okay. Do we have a seconder? Carl, did you second the motion?
Sure, I'll do that.
No. Okay. All right, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you. Okay, now we got to go to another set of that's not them here. Nope. Nope.
Hello?
Yeah, no, could you hang on? We're just have to locate the, our next set of, nope. 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 Okay. Okay, I don't think I got the last. So I've got all these here, but I think I'm missing the last one.
Okay, I'll send it to you.
Okay.
The last, the agenda package, right?
Yeah, number 40 on. If you send it to me, I may not be able to, because I don't have internet. You have to bring a stick. Do you have a stick, Sabrina? A USB stick. I don't know why it didn't copy, because I sent it, I copied everything. I got a ton of, how many are there?
There should be one that has 40 to 44.
I know. Okay, so this is reduced as the early ones. This is the morning ones.
1 to 20? No.
Oh, these are the old ones.
Yeah. And then revised material, no.
Oh, that's not it either.
Supplemental, maybe it's
I think these.
40, yeah.
Oh, there it is. I got it. Sorry, I missed it. Okay, so number 40, 107 Holborne Avenue, and this is a request for consent to sever an existing residential lot into two undersized residential lots. And part one has a lot frontage of 5.03 meters from Holborne Avenue, a lot area of 156.53 square meters. A new three-story detached dwelling with an integral garage will be constructed requiring variances. Part two has a lot frontage of 5.03 meters from Holborne Avenue and a lot area of 156.53 square meters. A new three-story detached dwelling with an integral garage will be constructed requiring variances to the zoning bylaws. With these applications, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have email correspondence from planning, transportation, and planning again, and a report from engineering, and a report from urban forestry. We have 8 form letters in support, and we have correspondence in opposition from 277 Gleemount Avenue and 86 Parker Avenue. Mr. Mastrandrea.
Yes, hello. My name is Leo Mastrandrea. I'm the agent for the owners at 107 Holborn, and yes, we are here to sever the lot and construct two new three-story dwellings. We were in communication with planning, and we revised our drawings to address their concerns and reduced variance number 1 and variance number 6. I don't know if you have that waiver that we submitted.
Okay, perhaps you could, now you're talking about, I'm starting with 40B Part 1. Is that so lot 1, variance number 1 is lot coverage will be equal to 47% of the lot area. Is that correct? Is that up to date, or did you change it?
No, in talking to planning, we reduced it approximately almost 5 feet from the rear, and now our coverage will be 42.54%, which will equal 66.58 square meters.
Just a minute, 42.5%. How many meters?
66.58.
Okay, and then you said there was another variance you changed?
By doing that, we also reduced number 6 from, it reads 1.22 times the area, and we revised it to 1.1 times the area.
And how many square
and
meters?
Square 172.80, and that's actually the same for both applications. And then there's a memo from planning stating that they no further have any concerns regarding after we made these revised our drawings.
Okay. All right. Do you have any other comments you want to make before we go to the opposition?
Can I just clarify, Chair, before Leo gets going? So you've basically made the footprint smaller. What exactly did you do?
We reduced the building by approximately 5 feet in total length from the rear, which now sits within the two dwellings on either side, on adjacent sides, and now planning has no concerns.
Okay.
We've also submitted 8 support letters, including both adjacent properties and the one to the rear on Barker. Transportation and construction engineering have no concerns, and we do agree with their conditions. Forestry has no concerns, and we agree with their conditions as well. We've also submitted decisions similar to what we're asking for, and also we submitted photos that's consistent with our proposal. I feel that this does meet the 4 tests of the Planning Act, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, so just one question. You said you spoke to the person behind on Barker Avenue. Was that 86 Barker Avenue?
No, I think that's 84 Barker, the one directly behind us.
Yeah.
I believe it's 84 Barker. Let me just check. 84 Barker, which is directly behind us.
Okay.
86 Barker, a little bit to the side, and there's a big tree blocking the view to them from our dwelling.
Okay. All right. Panel, do you have any questions? Yes, Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me. Leo, you indicated that you agreed with the Forestry Department's recommendations, and although we've got 2 reports from Forestry, one of them they're recommending standard condition number, is it 1 and 2, I believe, but they also indicated in their second report that they, to mitigate the impacts to bylaw protected trees, or urban forestry suggests building plans for part 1 and 2 be flipped so that the proposed new driveways occur on both sides of C1, so the tree can be preserved. Do I interpret your comment to mean you're making that change?
Yes, we will make that change to satisfy forestry.
So the site plans that we've got will change then, and the building plans will be flipped, but the site plans will change, right?
Correct.
But the variances,
Correct.
variances
The
stay
variances
as-
won't be affected, so it's something that we could do very simply.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Okay, let's move on to Jacqueline Broughton. Hello?
Hi, this is Jacqueline. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can we have your name and your address, please, for the record?
Yeah, my name's Jacqueline Broughton of 86 Barker Avenue.
Okay, tell us what your concerns are, please.
My primary concern is how these variances impact the trees and roots on the property itself as well as on nearby properties, especially given the City of Toronto's commitment to preserving and increasing the tree canopy coverage. Back in 2020, the owners of 107 Holborne were also the owners of both 109 and 111 Holborne and applied for similar variances for the demolition of those two properties. And my backyard shares a rear fence line with the backyard of 109 Holborne. When the foundation was dug for those properties in March of 2020, the excavation came all the way back directly up to our shared property line, which caused two approximately 30-foot old growth trees in our backyard to have their roots inadvertently severed. I emailed the owner regarding my concern that those trees could potentially fall on my property and received a text message response from the builder assuring me that everything is fine. But I decided to request a site visit from Parks, Forestry and Recreation to verify this. And the Urban Forestry Standards officer confirmed that unfortunately the roots were damaged to the point that those trees would need to be removed for safety reasons. And the removal of those trees has negatively affected the surrounding yards through loss of privacy, shade, and habitat for local wildlife. In regards to this current property of 107, there are several trees on the property itself, as well as in the backyards of 82 and 84 Barker, as well as 103 and 105 Holborne, which might also have root systems which run under the property in question. Of particular concern to me are two approximately 40-foot maples in the rear yards at 82 Barker and 103 Holborne. So essentially, if I can make any request, it would be that appropriate staff at Urban Forestry can first assess those trees and the root structures that run under 107 Holborne and any of the surrounding properties before any variances are granted relating to the size of the new home's foundation, just to ensure that the builders and excavation are held to abide by this as well. I noticed on the Committee of Adjustments Application Information Center that the arborist report deals with the trees on the property itself, but not on trees on neighboring properties. I also noticed on that site there is a tree declaration form which declares that the construction activity does indeed to propose to remove city-owned protected trees on the property, which is very disappointing because Holborne itself is already lacking tree canopy coverage from front yard trees. That form is signed by Lemclad Consulting and also declares that there are no private trees on the property. So I just wanted to also ensure whether that had been verified by the city, because there is in fact a large pine tree in the rear yard at 107 Holborne. In conclusion, back in 2020, when I received the notice of variances for 109 and 111 Holborne, I didn't think I would need to be concerned with those variances, including that the new properties would be moving closer to the fence line or that the new properties would have their ground levels raised above the height of our 6-foot fences, because I naively assumed those would not impact me because the trees would continue to provide privacy. However, had I known at the time that the trees would be removed, I would have at least had the option to consider those variances more seriously. So while back in 2020, I didn't have the forethought to consider the negative impacts from those constructions at 109 Holborn on the local trees. I'm just hoping to use my experience to advocate for others in my neighborhood and that further damage not be done to our block by a builder who has demonstrated that they are either unaware or apathetic about local trees. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mastrandrea?
Yes. Well, the pine tree that's in question is under the regulated 30 centimeters. And there is one tree on the neighboring, in the rear at 80, or 80, I think it's 82 Barker. And we're nowhere near that tree, or it's just taking up a corner. Do you guys have the arborist report? If you bring up the tree protection plan. Yes. So N2 is the tree she's talking about, which is just basically taking a little corner of our property, which we will not even go near. And the pine tree she's talking about, I believe, well, it's not shown on the arborist report because they don't regulate trees that are less than 30 centimeters. We were recommending to remove the city tree, but based on the last comments from forestry, we will switch our driveways to maintain that tree.
Okay, panel, any questions? Okay, going to committee now. Any comments, or do we have a motion? Sahir?
Perhaps I'll start the process, Mr. Chair. I think this is a reasonable application. I did have a question with regard to the driveways, the proposed new driveways, and hope that the agent will consider having both those driveways produced with porous materials. Outside of that, I don't think there are any conditions from or concerns from forestry. They've indicated forestry conditions 1 and 2, which I think the agent indicated has been addressed. Planning had a condition, and I'm going to assume that what Mr. Andrea was saying is that that's been resolved. If not, I think that should be there. Standard engineering conditions apply. I think that's about it. I don't think there are any other issues with related to this application. Perhaps Ms. Nipfel's going to contribute to the conversation.
So here, I believe I'm switching back and forth between the supplemental and the other agenda. I believe there's a planning department condition that requires screening. Did you call that up? You said it was resolved, but it don't.
No, you're right. That for both properties, I think
on both of the variance applications. And then on forestry, in addition to forestries 1 and 2, there is a condition that building plans for parts 1 and 2 be flipped. And the applicant indicated he's going to do that, but that's still a condition, I would think.
Yes.
And then you had the standard consent conditions, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Carl, are you seconding the motion?
Certainly.
All right, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you. Number 4129 Borden Street. Purpose of this application: alter the existing 2.5-story townhouse dwelling by constructing a 3rd-story addition, a rear basement walkout, and a rear ground floor deck. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. Lindsay Bruce.
Hi, yes.
Yes, can we have your name and your address, please?
Yeah, it's Lindsay Bruce from SMPL Design Studio. My address is 15 Colburn Street in Hamilton, Ontario, L78 2G2.
Okay, so before we take this into committee, do you have anything you want to say to the panel?
Yeah, I did submit a presentation, but I'll just highlight a few points. So this application was deferred from April 13th hearing, where we had comments from from community planning and from a neighborhood group of residents. We took the application away from the deferral and reduced the overall height, which reduced the variance number 1, the exterior wall height, from 11.18 down to 10.87. by reducing the height of the third floor. We also pulled back the wall of the third floor addition at the rear, which was the main concern from community planning. We pulled that back to have it more in keeping with the neighboring properties that have done kind of a similar addition onto the third floor. And this then overall reduced our FSI from 1.33 down to 1.28. Both of these changes were to the satisfaction of community planning, as well as we did reach back out to the neighborhood committee, and they also said that they had no further issues with the application. The other variances remain the same. So 3, 4, and 5, there are no changes to those variances, as there were no comments related to those at the previous hearing. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any from committee. Thank you.
All right, panel, any questions? Do we have any comments, or do we have a motion? Larry?
Yeah, sure, Chair. I'll take this one, or start this one anyways. This is a good example of an applicant hearing what the community has to say and what the panel was saying, and gone away and made changes that address those concerns. So to be commended. It's the fact that the Ratepayers Association is not written in on this one suggests that they're quite fine. And I think the plans and looking at them actually fit quite well. So I think this is a supportable application. I'm prepared to move motion to approve, and I don't believe there are any conditions.
All right, Carl, you second the motion?
Yes, I do.
All right, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you.
Thanks, committee. Have a good evening.
You too. All right. Number 42, 27 Durham Avenue. Purpose of this application is to alter the existing raised bungalow by constructing 1, 2, and 3-story additions with a third-floor terrace, a covered front porch, and a rear ground floor deck. This dwelling will be converted into one unit by removing the secondary unit within the basement. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant, a report from Urban Forestry, and 8 form letters in support from occupants, owners on Arlington and Durham and Gwinnett. Oh, and Belvedere as well. Okay, Gianni Regina.
Yes, same here. Good afternoon or good evening, Mr. Chair, committee panels, and community staff. I'm here to represent the Regent for 27 Durham Avenue. Reside at 38 South Piano Crescent in Vaughan, Ontario.
Okay. So do you have anything you want to say to the panel before we take it into committee?
Sure, just a few words. In summary, this application was previously heard and we deferred it to meet with the one particular neighbor, even though we did have support. We've come back with a design that is smaller in mass. We've taken out the original building height that was proposed, and the third floor has been reduced in massing to comply with not only height, but FSI reduction and less impact on the street. And we think that it meets the 4 tests moving forward, and hope that we can get an approval here. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel, do you have any questions? Do we have any comments, or do we have a motion? Carl?
Mr. Chairman, it'd be my pleasure to move approval of this application. This is another example, as Larry had mentioned previously, of an applicant listening to community concerns and addressing them in a creative way. I think the proposal is a very reasonable one and subject to forestry. Condition number 2, I'd like to move approval.
All right, say here, you second the motion?
Yes.
All right, all in favor? Have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee panel. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Next application is number 43575 Queen Street West. The purpose of the application is to alter the existing 3-story mixed-use building by constructing a rear second-story addition, a rear third-story addition, a complete 4th-story addition, a partial 5th-story addition, and a front 4th-story balcony, also to permit a deficiency of 3 parking spaces. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have correspondence from Transportation and correspondence and concern from 20 and a half O'Hara Avenue, Unit 2. So, Giorgio Lolos.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of committee, and members of staff, committee staff. I'm Giorgio Lolos, representing the file in front of us this evening.
All right, so, Mr. Lolos, could you
Yes.
please speak a little lower and a little louder, because we're having trouble hearing you.
Can you hear me now, sir?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'll start again. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of committee, and members of committee staff. My name is Giorgio Lolos, representing this file in front of us today. I would like to add also to this application that we have heritage support and preservation supports on our staff. We have to go through that process first. We believe the application and the variances in question are minor in nature as the pro-development along Queen Street and so forth. We really sort of provided a lot of correspondence with Heritage, trying to maintain the appeal of Queen Street and trying to maintain it. And we also try to replicate that in the proposed third and what you consider a 4th story, which is actually a loft unit. There is basically that fourth and that third and 4th unit is basically a contained unit is one. It's almost like a work-live sort of environment for the principle of the unit or the building itself. Primary areas of GF or FSI is pretty well understood that it's the general sort of consent in the area. Parking we've never had before. I mean, we're on the same sort of clean line. We never had parking before. There's no way of getting any parking because our property, our ground floor pretty well is on the lot line at all 4 corners. The building height of additional 1 meter, we believe is minor in nature. And I believe the item number 10 and 11, again, our rear yard 2nd-story addition is in line with the existing 1st floor, which is again on the lot line of the laneway. So therefore, 7.5 meter setback wouldn't help us to sort of navigate anything there. And we just needed the space accordingly to get our secondary staircase to work as far as fire exits. I believe this application in front of us is minor in nature and also with the support of preservation and historical heritage. Heritage.
Okay, any questions, panel? Yes, Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to this. The property that is behind your property, I'm trying to determine if you've got decks on the 3rd and the 4th floor, I think, or
yes,
2 of the floors. What do they overlook?
Laneway. It's a physical laneway.
Or do they? Is that large building behind bigger than yours? And then what's the building behind that?
I have the owner here with me. So basically here they're asking us this building next door, how high is it? Laneway.
It's about 6 stories high.
So we're looking at a rear wall, basically.
Okay, so there's no privacy problem there with those 2 decks that you got at the back. Okay.
No, and they're set so far back that they wouldn't be. I mean, visually they're acceptable, but they're so far back. There's literally no minimum privacy. There's a lot of privacy.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Nguyen?
Hello, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me? I seem to be being muted and unmuted.
Yes,
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Wonderful. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. This oral deputation is in conjunction with the written letter I sent in on the 8th of September. It includes a summary of what I'm going to say, as well as a number of photographs of this building, both historic and present day. 575
All right,
Queen Street West.
Mr. Wynn, could you just identify yourself and
Yep,
give us
Adam
your
Wynn,
address
20 and a half
for the
O'Hara
record?
Avenue.
Yes.
Yep. Adam Wynn, 20 and a half O'Hara Avenue. 575 Queen Street West is a three-story Italian building located on the south side of Queen Street West, approximately 15 to 20 meters Portland Street in Toronto. Heritage designated building and a contributing property within the Queen Street West Heritage Conservation District. The building was constructed in 1881 to 1882 and was first known as Phoenix Hall. It was first home to the Phoenix Hall Clothing House, which was run by the dry goods firm W.J. Somerville and Company from the early 1880s to the mid-1890s. Later uses have included furniture companies, an auction house, a lighting and household picture shop, a Ukrainian bookstore, and several arts and crafts shops. The recent businesses vacated the building earlier this summer. I have a few comments and questions about this application that I'm hoping to get clarified and to raise. There are two different storefront designs offered in the applicant's proposal dated June 2020. Both of these are available on the AIC. However, only one of them was included in the alterations to a heritage property designation under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act report for action in 2020. I've included copies of these in figures 6 and 7 of Appendix A. One of these designs is more ornate than other, and I'm wondering if both these designs are presently under review as potential design options. It's not immediately clear in the public document. Alterations to a heritage property designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act, 575 Queen Street West report for action, also indicates that archival documentation of the building's original storefront could not be found. I've located illustrations and photographs of the building from 1887, the 1910s, the 1930s, and 1970s, which I've included in Appendix A of this document. These historical illustrations and photographs show how the building has evolved over time and potentially guide the design and restoration of various building elements, including the full cornice and the improved storefront referenced in the applicant's report. Copies of these materials have been sent to both Heritage Planning and George Biltmore. I'm also wondering if the applicant and relevant parties would consider reconstructing the full cornice. The upper section of the cornice originally had the original name of the building, Phoenix Hall, and was removed. Only part of the lower section remains on the structure. I would like to note it is wonderful that the applicant's proposal includes the removal of the paint from the exterior of the building. Regarding the fourth and fifth floor additions, the fourth and fifth floor additions are stylistically and visually interesting. However, the presently available public documents do not provide information about potential color palettes and other similar design elements which could drastically change the appearance of the heritage building. An example is the pre-finished metal roof canopy and metal cladding exterior. Will these be aluminum, bronze, copper, steel, tin, or another metallic material? These would drastically change how the building appears. I also would like to note that 575 Queen Street West backs onto Graffiti Alley, also known as Rush Lane. Any blank wall, such as the proposed blank wall in the east and west elevations of the fourth floor, will immediately become a magnet for graffiti. I'm concerned about having a two-story graffiti tag cover wall extending above this historic block, including above the neighboring Ontario Bank building, which was designed by Frederick Herbert in 1898 at 575 Queen Street West and directly at the corner of Queen and Portland. Has any consideration been given to installing murals or anti-graffiti coatings on these proposed blank walls in your time this evening?
Yes, Mr. Lolos?
I'm actually quite puzzled by the speaker's comments. We're dealing with heritage and historical. We're trying to maintain and work with the historical values of Queen Street to our best abilities. Our elevations are, we did have original elevations that were revised, that were submitted to heritage and preservation, that were accepted, and I believe is part of that package. I believe that this all makes sense, what I'm hearing. I believe I got an email from this gentleman, and I believe he asked me to pass on this information to the current owner, I think providing services, and I don't believe we exercise them. So I'm not sure how to address this situation where I have to concern to deal with heritage and preservation, which we have, and we have their approval. I don't understand the speaker's comment and how it relates to our proposed application. I'm confused. I'm really sorry.
So are you asking Mr. Nguyen a question?
I don't know what to ask Mr. Quinn. I don't understand his position on this, on this, and his opposition or his comments on our application in front of us. And I apologize for my ignorance, but I just don't understand. Where is it? A ratepayers association? What is his position of opposition or comments?
Well, I didn't understand he was so much in opposition as making recommendations from a historical architectural viewpoint to improve the building. So, but I may be wrong. Is that correct, Mr. Nguyen? Is Mr. Nguyen?
That is correct. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is correct. I am quite involved with a number of heritage-related advocacy projects around the city, and I was alarmed within the applicant's documents that there were statements that they could not locate historical documentation detailing the original appearance of the building. I'm hoping they would reinstate things such as the cornice that has the original name Phoenix Fall on it. And I did have a number of concerns around omissions in the documents, the materials, and the palettes being recommended for the. But I'm not opposed. I'm not opposed to the project, and I think that's why my letter was flagged as a letter of concern rather than a letter of opposition.
So perhaps you could, Mr. Lolos, you and Mr. Nguyen and the owner can speak about this after the hearing, because Mr. Nguyen is not opposed to any of the variances.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I understand and I heard that and I appreciate that. So how's without the respect, how is his, I mean, we're keeping the cornice, we're keeping the majority of the brickwork along the facade of the 2 stories and the cornice detail. We're stripping it down, we're refinishing it accordingly, we're sandblasting or upon Heritage's recommendation of maintain the front facade. Yes, we are repurposing and reworking the ground floor entrance because it is dated, and it's as far as I'm concerned, it's pretty well horrifying looking. So we're trying to update that accordingly. Our 3rd story and 4th story units all correspond within that period. I don't understand how his services are they mandatory to this application, or is it just, if I refuse to correspond, do I get rejected? I don't understand the purpose of this.
No. I think Mr. Nguyen is volunteering and would like to have further discussions with you to try and preserve his image of what this should be, but there's nothing voluntary here. We don't have any, I don't believe the committee has any jurisdiction to require you to discuss anything with Mr. Nguyen. He just came forward with some suggestions. So I think we can take this matter into committee and deal with the variances as they are.
Mr. Chairman, I will run it by the owner again. And present this to him, and then we do have his email address. I will present it again, and then I cannot speak for the owner on this behalf, but I'll definitely reintroduce it to him and see what he says.
Okay, thank you. Panel, do you have any questions?
Just a quick one, Mr. Chair. Just looking at the floor plans, I notice they're all very small rooms and what looks like I don't know, waiting rooms for medical care. Is that the intended use?
It is health and safety, health purposes for dental and more of medical sort of purposes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any further questions? Do we have comments or a motion? Carl?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to move a motion of approval without condition, and just to speak about Mr. Nguyen's contribution, which I think was really quite helpful. I believe Mr. Nguyen has a great deal of expertise, and he's offering it for consideration as this project proceeds. I think he would welcome being involved in any discussions you have with Heritage, and I would actually like to suggest, not as a condition, but I'd like to suggest that the applicant involve Mr. Nguyen in some discussions going forward. The detail that Mr. Nguyen was referring to is not an area of detail over which this committee would normally get involved, nor do I think they have jurisdiction. So I think basically Mr. Nguyen was doing community service and offering his expertise on this project, and I welcome that. But on a motion, I'd like to move a motion of approval without any conditions.
Was there forestry one?
Pardon?
Was there condition forestry one?
I didn't see that if
I
it
don't
was.
have that. I have that for the next one, see here.
Okay,
Yeah, we
perhaps
don't
I
have
wasn't
it.
talking.
So I always defer to Carl or others that have expertise in architecture, but I thought the design was actually quite striking, and
I agree.
the fact that they've sat down and spoken with Heritage and seemingly gotten their approval, I think, is commendable. Great if we can improve it, but from where it was before, this is a significant improvement from the previous time. So I thought it was quite striking.
Okay, so we have a motion, so here, you seconded the motion?
Certainly, Mr.
All
Chair.
right, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you, sir. Number 44, 170 Harvie Avenue. The purpose of this application is to construct a new two-story detached dwelling with a front porch, a rear deck, and a rear basement walkout. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, and we have a staff report from Urban Forestry. Nikita Metkarski.
Nikita, you've been unmuted. Nikita, you've been unmuted. You can speak now.
Is he there?
Yeah, he's online. Nikita Metkarski.
Is it a he? Mr. Metkarski, are you there? Maybe he's given up on us.
Nikita, you can
Hello?
speak now.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Sorry, I had some problems with the microphone. Hello, everyone. My name is Nikita Matsarski, and I'm speaking on behalf of the owners of the property located at 170 Harvie Avenue in Etobicoke. We only have 4 variances. Do you want me to present them?
No, we don't. We don't need a presentation, but I do need your address for the record.
Okay, so I'm at 2275 Lakeshore Boulevard.
Okay, so we're going to take this into committee, and before we go, do you have anything you want to say to the panel?
No, I'll just say that we have only 4 variances, and we believe that they're all minor. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Panel, Carl, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this was deferred so that, as the wording in the minutes says, the deferral would provide the applicant with the opportunity to revise the minor variance requests. What has changed?
Actually, it was deferred not because we changed something. The reason the application was deferred because the owners didn't post the sign last time. They posted it after the deadline, and we were not allowed to present last time, and we had to defer our application.
Okay, that's not what the minutes say. Okay, thanks.
All right, Zahir?
I just wanted to, it's variance number 4 that I'm concerned about. It looks like you're requesting a tremendous decrease in what's required in terms of soft landscaping. And it appears that part of the challenge there is that you've got a cold room, a storage room in the basement level that projects out into the garden. And above that, you've got a concrete patio.
Yeah.
I just find that you know, when you're asking for a 50% reduction in soft landscaping requirement, that for me is a bone of contention. I find that difficult to support.
The reason why we have those numbers for landscaping in the rear yard is because there is also an existing garage, and the owners need some kind of walkway to that garage, and there's just not a lot of space in the rear, and the lot is very narrow too, and that was the problem we faced when we were trying to match the numbers for soft landscaping. And you also asked regarding the concrete deck. That's for variance number 1, right?
I imagine that's where it would probably show up.
Sorry, what? Can you say it again?
I imagine that's probably where it shows up, because you've got a building depth of 19.5, which presumably...
Yeah. So like the total depth, like as you said, it's 19.5, and and this is because of the concrete deck and the cold room under it. But like if you look at the site plan, you'll clearly see that like the general visible depth of the house without the deck is actually 17 meters. So we think that this should be minor too, because it's not like an addition, it's like under the deck and you can't really see it.
Okay.
So it shouldn't affect the neighborhood.
My concern is that not that it affects the neighborhood, but that it takes away from landscaping, which is your variance number 4. You've basically got an extension, a concrete extension out into beyond the house itself, and that would prevent any moisture from entering the ground.
But is there the basement underneath the deck?
It's a cold.
There is a cold room. Originally we designed without the cold room, but the owners really wanted it, and we decided to do concrete deck with a cold room under it.
Chair, I wonder if I mean, it's a little frustrating just because, you know, staff really do a good job, and when we see minutes, we read them very carefully. And this is a situation where you were asked to go back and reconsider some of your variances. And I suspect, I wasn't on that committee, but I suspect it had something to do with variance number 4 that Zahir is raising. So it feels like you've come back with the same variances, and I think that might be a concern. Is there any way you can help us by looking at the site plan? Is there any way that you can add either some soft landscaping or change the materials that kind of reduce the impact that Mr. Byatt was refering to? Because
yes,
I think right now, listen to me, right now you're asking for 25% soft landscaping where it's 50 is required. That's a big deal.
The other issue, could I add to that? The other issue might be that the garage is set back a long way from the lane. I notice it's in line with the garages on either side, but why is the garage set back so far from the laneway? And I presume that the space between the garage and the laneway is hard paving?
Well, the garage was existing. We didn't do anything to it, and you also asked if we can improve this condition. We can use it's called GERRARD. We can use it for the walkway in the rear, and it's gonna be more sustainable in that way.
Mr. Chairman, I frankly, I don't think that's good enough. This isn't the case of a building that's been constructed and we're having to work with a lot of existing constraints, and we're therefore hampered in trying to meet the bylaw. This is a brand new build, and the bylaw is there to protect brand new builds from offending the community. I think the landscape percentage that is before us is totally unacceptable, and I do not think that it's appropriate to be altering a little bit of pavement here and a little bit of pavement there on something that is essentially a brand new build. I'm unable to support this application. I think variance number 4 on a new build is just not acceptable.
Through you, Mr. Chair, point of correction, if you do look at the minutes from June 8th, 2022, there was only one variance being sought for floor space index. It's this new application that includes additional variances.
So what was the variance sought in that application?
It was for floor space index 6 times the area, or 0.6 times the area of the lot is required or is permitted, and the new dwelling would be 0.68 times the area of the lot.
Okay.
And I might be totally wrong. I'm guessing. I was on that hearing, and I think my sort of very vague recommendation, so I don't put too much weight on this, but was that looking at it, we didn't think that one variance was capturing everything, and we thought there was a problem with landscape variances, and I think that's what was behind the motion. And I wouldn't want to swear to it, but that's my very vague recollection. As Larry said, we were back here, and again, let's not forget, this is a new build. It's not an existing building that we're trying to accommodate with permeable pavers, which in fact don't count for soft landscaping. They're not quite as good as grass, but they're better than asphalt. This is a new build, and I think if the new build can't come closer to the variance for soft landscaping, then basically the applicant needs to go back and reconsider the project.
So, Mr. Metkarski, I think you told us that your client wanted really wanted the cold cellar, and that, I don't know how much soft landscaping that would replace, because you put concrete deck on top, and therefore reducing the soft landscaping. Maybe your client wants to reconsider that issue, unless there's some other way you can get more soft landscaping.
We could actually reduce the cold room and the deck to have more soft landscaping. We could also just give me a second. We could also reduce the walkway too, because right now it goes like along the edge of the garage, all the way along the edge of the garage, and we could just eliminate that, and in that case we'll have more soft landscaping, and as I said, reduce the cold room and the deck.
All right. So, Mr. Metkarski, we have to have a number in variance number 4, a percentage that is going to be preserved as soft landscaping.
Okay.
Can you give us a figure? And one of the conditions will be that you file a new drawings to show the changes?
Mm-hmm. Yes. So let's say, so according to the bylaw, it has to be 50% of the rear yard.
Yes.
Right now we have 25. I can say that we can probably improve it and make it. Do you think 35 will be enough in this case.
Yes, Sahir.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if this is it may be fair to the agent now just to try and get a number off the fly. I personally would like to see exactly what's happened. I wonder if this is an application worthy of a deferral again, and hopefully, I realize it would be deferred for the second time, but I think that may allow the applicant to come up with a much better, more concrete response. Perhaps eliminating the cold room altogether might pull back the length of that house. So that would affect variance number 1 as well. But I think just trying to get something off the fly, I'm not sure if that will work as well.
Well, I don't know. The applicant has to be secure in the figure he gives us. So are you secure that you can take it down, increase the soft landscaping to 35%?
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's up to the members of the panel as to whether 35% is going to be acceptable to them.
So if you were to get 35%, and are you proposing to do that by removing the cold room and the concrete deck? Is that what you're planning to do?
Yes. We're gonna either like reduce it or I don't know, if it doesn't work, maybe remove it completely. And also I said that there is like concrete pads, like for the walkway, we can eliminate part of it too, so we have more soft landscaping. And also we can replace concrete with gel grid, which is going to be more sustainable. And I mentioned that before.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at your site plan. So can we call the site plan up again? Guys?
It's coming up on the screen now.
Oh, thank you. So yeah, if we just expand that and go to the backyard. Great. So there is some walkway material that looks kind of hexagonal or hatched. Are you suggesting, could you replace that with permeable pavers or permeable material all the way?
Yes.
Okay, and what about that walkway with the stairs that is coming off?
But Larry,
Yes,
just
sir.
before you go on, he said he could eliminate some of that walkway, and that would give him more soft landscaping, because
Great.
with permeable material, he doesn't get more soft landscaping. But he could eliminate part of it and then put in permeable material for the rest.
Okay, that's great. I thought I heard him say he could get to the 35 by removing the deck, but
No, he
that's
also
fine too.
said the walkway.
Excellent.
Part of it, not all of it.
I'm just trying to, why not get all of it, and then you'd even increase it more. So I'm just trying to get at what the art of the possible is. Those stairs that are coming down from the concrete deck with the arrow, is that a walkway as well?
Yeah, that's the walkway too. It's the walkway to the garage, and then there is one like at the bottom that goes to the garage too.
Okay. So you're suggesting either removing those or putting in whatever, I forgot, I couldn't catch what product you referred to.
It's called GERRARD. So yes, my suggestion is to reduce the walkway area, to reduce the cold room and deck, or eliminate them completely. We'll see if we can match the numbers. Yeah.
And doing that or a combination of those two things gets you to 35%?
I think, yeah, it's doable. I believe it's doable. We're going to do that.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, what does 35% in square meters equate to? Can the applicant answer that?
If you give me a couple of minutes, I can tell you. It's going to be 42.
Thank you.
Okay.
Chair, are we back in committee?
Yes.
Guys, do you think something along the lines of amending this to 35% and a provision that would say something to the effect other hard surfaces be constructed out of permeable material? I mean, that may not, I get that it doesn't raise the percentage, but 35 plus permeable stuff for the walkways, do you think that's supportable?
Sorry if I may, Mr. Chair, I don't know if it is, when I look at, I go back to one of the sessions we had with regard to forestry and building on the basis of knowing what your property will allow. So if you knew there was a gigantic oak tree in the middle, you have to design subsequent to knowing that the tree is there. I think the error in this particular design, and it comes back to a bit of what Mr. Neffel was saying, and that is that this is a new build. Surely with the new build, you would know what percentage soft landscaping you require in the rear, and then you design accordingly. In this particular case, it doesn't look like that. That's an afterthought, perhaps, and I'm not sure how one would word, because the gentleman had indicated perhaps doing away with or reducing the deck and the cold room. The question is by how much? What am I supposed to, how do I know what is going to happen without any clear drawings? I'm just a little perplexed by what it would look like.
I agree with Sahir. I think that this is a case of trying to design for a unique situation, and I'm not in favor of this nickel and diming our way around details of the application. Seems to me that one of the decisions that needs to be made is whether that existing garage needs to be rebuilt. And if it's rebuilt, perhaps it needs to be smaller, if in fact the cold cellar and the deck are necessary. I'm not in favor of a deferral. I do think that this application, I think we're going around about it the wrong way. I don't think the house as designed is a given, and we should be negotiating details to try and make an almost okay number for soft landscape. And I think that's the wrong way. I think the applicant needs to reconsider the project. I'm not in favor of it at the present time.
Well, it's not our job to redesign the project. The applicant has brought forward the application. It's 25%. We asked him if he could reduce it. He said or increase the soft landscaping. He said, yes, he could do it to 35%. And Larry suggested 35% plus changing some of the hardscape to permeable. And, but I don't think we have any, it's not our job to tell the applicant how to rebuild the garage or take away the cold storage. It's our job to look and say the number of, the percentage of soft landscaping is not acceptable to us. Is there anything you can do to change it? It's not for us to tell him what he could do. He's offered 35% plus permeable thing, and I think we should either approve it or disapprove it. And we could approve the first three variances if that's acceptable, and not the fourth one, but that would bring them back in any event. So, so we got to decide whether 35% plus permeable is acceptable. Yes, here.
The challenge that the applicant will have, perhaps with regard to variance number 1, is if that 19.5 includes the cold store, the cold room, then that variance would have to be adjusted as well.
No, if he's better, if we approve 19.5 meters and he's better, he doesn't have to come back for approval. So if he gets it down to 18 or 17 and a half meters, he's okay.
This may or may not pass, but I'll just start off by making, I think, 35% plus permeable material in lieu of all the hardscaping back there is a starting point. So I'll move that motion that we approve an amended variance number 4 to read 35%, or I think I heard him say 40 meters in the rear yard, with a condition that...
I think it was 42 meters.
42 square meters.
42, thank you, Sabrina. And that any remaining hardscape be constructed out of permeable materials.
Right. And also F1, forestry condition F1.
Yes, thank you, Don. I didn't have that.
Yeah, wow. Okay, so that's your motion. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Okay, motion fails. Do we have another motion? Yes, Carl?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we refuse the application.
You second that? Zahir?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So let's have a vote on that motion. All in favor? Okay. All opposed? I can't vote to create a tie. So the application is refused. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Have a good day. Evening.
Yeah. So we're now finished the agenda, 7:36 p.m.
Phew. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Sabrina and staff.
Thank you.
Thank you,
job,
everyone.
Don.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sabrina. Thank you, John.
And Will.
And Will.
Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.